Sorry, did you say we're live? Thank you. Okay. So, good morning, members, officers, and any members of the pub. Sorry, could we sort out the audio? Sorry. No, it's still echoing. Sorry. Okay, thank you. Right. Let's start again. So, good morning, members, officers, and any members of the public who are viewing the live stream. Welcome to this meeting of South Cambridgeshire District Planning Committee, which is taking part on the 9th of April 2025. My name is Councillor Anna Bradnam, and I'm the chair of this committee. And we'll just go around the room to introduce the members present. So, my vice chair.
Good morning, Peter Fane, member for Shelford.
Thank you. To the back row, Councillor Rickson.
Good morning, Councillor Rickson for Histon and Lincoln.
Thank you very much. Can I remind members to bring their microphones close to them or speak as if you're speaking to the back of the room? Thank you. Councillor Lisa Redrup.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Councillor Lisa Redrup and I represent the Harston and Comberton ward.
Thank you. And Councillor Peter Sandford.
Good morning, all. Councillor Peter Sanford, one of the members for Caxton and Papworth ward.
Thank you. And Councillor Jackson Wood. Thank you. Sorry.
Hello, good morning. William Jackson Wood, one of the members for the Shelford ward.
Thank you. And Councillor Henry Batchelor.
Morning, Councillor Henry Batchelor, one of the members for Linton.
Thank you. And Councillor Heather Williams.
Good morning, Chair. Morning, everybody. Heather Williams, and I represent the Maldens ward.
Thank you very much. And we have officers. Firstly, we have Jane Rodens. Would you like to introduce yourself, Jane?
Jane Rodens, Area Development Manager.
Thank you. We have Aaron. Sorry, forgive me.
Good morning, members. Aaron Kay, Principal Planning Officer, representing Greater Cambridgeshire Planning Service. Thank you.
Thank you. And Phoebe, isn't it? Phoebe Carter, who will join us when her application comes online. Thank you. And I'm my legal advisor.
Good morning, everyone. Vanessa Blaine, Legal Advisor to the committee.
Thank you. And I'm forgetting everybody's names this morning. Simon.
I'm Simon Hill. I'm the Democratic Services Officer.
Thank you very much. Not to be forgotten. And Pippa Turvey, who is broadcasting this morning. Thank you very much. Okay, so those in the chamber are reminded that the meeting is being live streamed. By your presence here in the chamber and via video conference, you're deemed to have consented to being filmed and to the use of images and sound recordings for a webcast and archived recording. May I ask those who are joining us remotely to ensure that their camera and microphone remain off unless they're addressing the committee. Can I also remind you that there will be a fire alarm test at 10:30 this morning, and we will pause at that point. And also, members, remember that if a member arrives after the start of an application or leaves the chamber once an application has commenced, they will not be able to take any further part in the discussion of that application, either by debate, questions of clarification, or the vote. So, before we start the main agenda, I understand that the officers wish to defer item 8, which is land northwest of 60 to 64 Histon Road, Cottenham. The officer has advised that further and necessary information on a sequential test for flooding is required. The officer further advises that without this further and necessary information, the committee will not be in possession of sufficient information to properly consider and decide upon the application. I therefore propose to defer the agenda item 8, land northwest of 60 to 64 Histon Road, Cottenham. Can I seek a second? Thank you, Councillor Fane. Thank you very much. So, if you are attending, if anybody in the public gallery is attending for that item, you're free to leave. We apologise if you've had any. Oh, sorry, yes, sorry. Can I just take a vote that we defer that item? Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Any objections? No. Right, thank you, sorry. Thank you very much. So anybody who was attending to discuss that item, they're free to leave and they'll be advised when the matter comes back to committee. Right, so item 2 is apologies, and Simon, can you give us the apologies for absence on this committee today?
Yes, Chair, we have apologies from Councillor A. Khan, Councillor M. Khan, and we have Councillor Rickson as his substitute. Councillor Harvey, Councillor Handley and Councillor Jackson Wood is his substitute. Councillor R. Williams and Councillor Hawkins and Councillor H. Batchelor is her substitute.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Right, next item then is number 3, declarations of interest. Do members have any interest to declare in relation to any item of business on the agenda? Thank you, Councillor Redrup.
Hi, it's just for full transparency. For item 6, I'm involved in my local football club, which uses artificial pitches, but I've had no involvement with Impington Village College. And for item 9, I'm one of the ward members, but again, I've had no involvement in. And so for both cases, I come with an open mind.
Thank you very much. And as the meeting proceeds, if anyone realises that... Oh, sorry, Councillor Henry Batchelor. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. In relation to item 5, I used to be the District Council's board member for SKIP, the South Cambs Investment Partnership, but that was some 2 years ago. But just for completeness, I thought I'd just mention that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we're all coming. And Councillor Heather Williams.
So, Chair, on item 9, I'm the applicant, so I will remove myself from committee for that item. And probably just for clarity on item 5, that obviously it is in relation to the council, so we probably should all declare and make it clear that we are able to determine it in a normal way, just for public perception.
Vanessa, would you like to make a comment on that?
Yes, this is a Reg 3 application, so effectively it's an arm of the council making an application for itself, and you are all at liberty to debate and determine the application. There's nothing to prohibit you.
Thank you. Right, okay. So, moving on. Minutes of the meeting on Wednesday the 12th of March. Do members wish to raise any issues of accuracy? No, I haven't seen any either. So can I take that as that we're happy that they're signed? Oh, sorry.
Sorry, slight aversion to this side of the room.
No,
this
I
morning.
did look round and you didn't have your hand up at the time,
right,
but I'm very
okay,
happy to take any
Chair,
points you make now.
Fine. Page 5,
Yes.
paragraph 3. I knew somebody in the public gallery, which was in relation to the Meldriff item, not the Guildham Morden item, but equally the parish council was represented at Guildham Morden. I knew them there as well.
Sorry, what is the? Did you want to clarify the? Sorry, what is it you wanted to say about that
Exactly what I
sentence?
said. Page 3, page
Yes.
5, paragraph 3. Declaration of interest. When I came to the chamber, I knew somebody in the public gallery in relation to the Meldriff item, but
Is that item 8? Because it says
that was
related
the
to item
Guildham
8.
Morden item.
Okay, so it was.
So it's the same one that Councillor Bill Handley, if you look there, so the application at Meldriff. I hadn't spoken about the application thing, so I was able to sit, but as I walked into the gallery, I realised I knew the individual.
So it would just be helpful to change that wording, instead of to take out the words item 8 and to replace it with on the agenda at Meldriff.
Yes.
The application at Meldriff. Yes? Okay. Thank you. That's fine. We can make those arrangements, alterations. Thank you. Were there any other matters of accuracy? No? Right. Okay. So with that amendment, are members happy that I sign those minutes as an accurate record of the meeting?
Agreed.
Thank you. Oh, Councillor Rickson? Are you making a point about the accuracy of the minutes? No? Okay. Just one moment. Have you got the minutes there? Yes. I'll just do it now while I remember. Thank you very much. Sorry, Councillor Rickson.
Apologies, sorry, I suffered a similar unobserved hand, I think, as Councillor Williams earlier on. Just in terms of declarations of interest, I'm the ward member for item
Number 6.
item number 6, yes.
Okay, and have you been involved in any discussions?
I've been involved in discussions, and I'll be speaking as ward
as local member.
Local member, yes.
Okay. So just make sure you absent the room before we start the debate. Thank you. Or rather not absent the room, but go into the public gallery. Okay, thank you very much. Right, okay, so the minutes are signed. The next item is item 5, starting on page 11, and it is a non-material amendment relating to land north of Lower Cambourne. It's going to be presented by Aaron Coe. So, Aaron, would you like to present that to us, please?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. The application site is land to the north of Lower Cambourne, which lies to the south of Cambourne Business Park Road. The application reference number is 23/00123/NMA1. The original planning application was granted permission on the 2nd of April 2024 for the erection of 256 dwellings and the change of use of the existing marketing suite to a cafe, landscaping, car parking, substations, bin and bike stores. The reason this application is being determined at Planning Committee today is because the application is a Regulation 3 application submitted by the South Cambridgeshire Investment Partnership, which is a joint venture between South Cambridgeshire District Council and the application relates to and Hill Residential, and the application therefore relates to council-owned land. For context, this slide shows the red line location plan, which is the application site. It's located to the north of Lower Cambourne, and the site is bound by the Cambourne Business Park Road, which obviously includes South Cambridgeshire Hall, where we're sat today, to the north of the site. For wider site context, this slide shows an aerial view of the existing 3 linked villages within Cambourne, and also the most recent development, Cambourne West, which is currently under construction immediately to the west of the application site. Moving on to the application in front of us today, as I've mentioned, this application is a Section 96A non-material amendment application. The government does not provide a statutory definition of non-material, and therefore it is down to the local planning authority to be satisfied that any amendments sought to the approved development are considered non-material. The alterations proposed under this application are within phases 1 and 2 of the development, which are located in the northeast corner of the site, as shown circled in blue. Sorry, I should have my laser pointer on to make it clear. So in this area here, you've got phase 1 in a light blue, and then part of phase 2 to the south in green. Moving on to the details of the proposed alterations. Firstly, the proposal seeks to reduce the width and reconfigure the footpath to the south of the open space in the northeast corner of the site. As approved, the footpath was approved to be 2 metres wide. This is now proposed to be 1.5 metres wide. However, it should be noted this footpath is only a secondary footpath which serves the residents of the 15 apartments within the apartment block B. This is considered to be a low footway traffic part of the site, and therefore the proposed reduction in width would represent a non-material amendment and would not require further planning permission. The hard and soft landscape details are secured by condition 10 on the original full planning consent, and these details will be submitted to the local planning authority for further assessment prior to the commencement of any above ground works on the application site. The proposal also involves a slight repositioning of the apartment block B within the development, moving the building 0.4 metres further south. As members might recall, during the course of the original full planning application, the neighbouring building to the east of the site, Zeiss House, raised concerns that the development would result in unreasonable burdens to the existing business operations because of the sensitivity of the operations taking place within Zeiss House. Zeiss House is sensitive to noise, vibration, and electromagnetic interference. However, the details proposed under this non-material amendment do not involve repositioning any buildings closer to Zeiss House along the eastern boundary of the site, and the distance will remain 18 metres from the flank wall of the nearest building to Zeiss House. The substation and car parking for the proposed apartment block is also proposed to remain in the same location as originally consented, and the proposals would not alter the approved noise, vibration, and dust monitoring regimes. Whilst it's not a statutory requirement to notify neighbouring properties of non-material amendment applications, a letter has been issued to Zeiss House and they have raised no issues on the application. So this slide shows the area that was the footpath, which only serves the apartment block. It isn't a strategic sort of connection to the eastern boundary footpath. It's simply serving apartment block B. So as you can see on this slide, it was approved at 1.9 or 2 metres in width, and it's proposed to be reduced to 1.5 metres, which is still considered to be an acceptable width for a footpath to serve those 15 apartments. And this slide just further emphasises that point, that there will still be a strategic connection to the eastern boundary. The purple dashed line shows the footpath arrangements, and then you've got further primary footpath connections to the eastern boundary. So as approved on this side, shows that the footpath will be 2 metres almost for the entirety of the apartment block, whereas now it will be 2 metres to this point, and then it will be reduced in width to 1.5 metres along this boundary, and there'll still be obviously the connections to the apartment block, which will serve the future residents. The proposal also involves the relocation of car parking spaces serving plots D1, plot D11 and E7. As shown on this slide, the car parking spaces for D1 were originally approved to the south of the dwelling. However, the revised layout proposes a rear gate access to the car parking, now located to the east of the dwelling. So as approved, we had tandem parking to the south of D1, and as proposed, it's now to the east with a rear gate access arrangement. For plot D11, as approved, the spaces were originally located again to the south of the dwelling, with a gated access there. And now, as proposed, D11 is now to the west, the parking is to the west, again with a rear gate access arrangement. And then for plots E7, the spaces were originally located to the north of the dwelling, and these spaces are now proposed to the west of the dwelling with an additional gate. So, as approved, and as proposed, it will just be to the rear of the property. These arrangements are still considered to be convenient and acceptable to the planning authority. And the refuse distance, drag distances for the properties are still within the recap guidance of 25 metres from the bin storage area to the curbside collection, and is considered acceptable. So overall, it's considered the proposed amendments do not materially alter the approved development, and the proposals are considered non-material and would not require further planning permission. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Aaron. That's great. Could I just ask a matter of clarification? How tall is the apartment block that will be next, that's the subject of this? How many stories?
It's 3 stories in height, but the height is not changing as part of this permission.
No, I understood that. And Zeiss had an opportunity to comment on that at the original application, and they haven't come back on this one.
That's correct.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, does anybody else have any questions of clarification for Aaron Coe? Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Through yourself, Chair, I just want to clarify some things that were said in the introduction, in particular to do with one of our neighbouring businesses, and I know they have very specific needs to do with movements and vibrations. We went through that last time. So the crux of this seems to be reducing the footpath and sort of moving by 40 centimetres. So, what, that much. Is that because it's currently proposed too close to affect the equipment? I'm just trying to see, or is it, you know, just because we sort of had that referred to? Is there a need? I mean, because we're talking about this much, it does seem a little.
It's moving south, not west.
Yeah, through you, Chair. So the apartment block building isn't moving any closer to this eastern boundary. It's only moving southwards. So it will not be any closer to Zeiss House.
But that's my point. Are we doing it to move it further away in whichever direction, or it just seems?
It will be equal distance, but just further to the south. If you look at this, the approved plan here shows the approved location,
So,
which is 18 metres
I think
from
the
Zeiss
question
House.
is, what is the reason for it being moved?
Yeah, because we're talking about going through a full planning permission. Us all sit here costing us, you know, taxpayers all money for this amount.
Yeah, I think.
So we
yeah.
need a reason
So
why.
Let's let the officer answer.
Sorry, and to clarify, this is it's a land ownership matter, which is separate from the planning process and not something we're assessing. Is this a material change to the original permission or not? Officers have assessed the detail and it's not material, considered not material, so it's a land ownership matter, which is separate.
We didn't own the land that the original application was on as Skip. I appreciate we're here to determine the application, but it does seem a little bit bonkers to be, you know, to have an understanding as to why we're being asked to assess 40 centimetres.
Let's take some legal advice. Thank you.
It's here because of the involvement of the council. That's the only reason it's before this committee. So for complete transparency, Skip is an arm of the council. The council are one of the landowners, so it is brought into the public domain for that reason only.
Thank you. I understand why it's before us. I'm sort of saying, why is it needed to have an application to move, to do such a small amount of movement? But it makes sense.
Councillor Williams, that's not, the reasoning is different to what you're suggesting. It's
Well,
here,
we were told
it
to
has
land.
to come here, any aspect of it has to come here.
I'm not
because it's
disputing that,
an
Chair,
application
at all.
of the council.
I'm saying
And-
the reason for there needing to be a planning application in the first place for such a small thing. Not the fact that the process means it has to come here, but the fact that we are having to go through a process. So I can think I've got nods. The reason is the original planning permission, there is a land ownership issue. Basically, the applicant didn't own the land and therefore they're having to make adjustments. Is that correct?
It's a land ownership matter, why it's before us. Obviously, there's different parties within the applicant side which are irrelevant from the planning process. So you've got obviously the council side, you've got the hill, and they've followed the process correctly in terms of notifying all of the landowners, and no comments have been received during this non-material amendment application from the landowners, and that's the planning consideration. As Vanessa, our legal advisor, has said, the application is before us today because the council has an interest in the application, and if they were to build out 0.4 metres further south without planning permission, they would be conflicting with the approved plans, and that's why there's a non-material amendment before us.
So, just to be clear, completely understand why it's before us. It's trying to understand why it is necessary for us to have another application on this site.
It's not an application, it's a non-material
A non-material amendment. Well, why we're having to do a non-material amendment on the site rather than, you know, because most people, Chair, would expect that the council would put in their planning permission and then wouldn't be doing this.
Councillor Williams, we've
So I'm trying
explained
to
why,
ascertain.
we've explained why
Yes.
an application which has part ownership of the council needs to come to the, you've understood, you've accepted that.
Understood it before I
Likewise,
asked
the
question, Chair.
non-material amendment needs to come for the same reason, that we are a party to that, and so it has to come in the same way that if an officer put in an application to
That's
build a
not
garage.
my question, Chair. I think the officer is answering my question, but you are interpreting it in a different way and creating a question that I'm not asking. But I thank the officer for answering my question.
Thank you. Right, Councillor Henry Batchelor.
Thanks, Chair. Since then, I've actually found the answer in the papers, so it's fine.
Okay, thanks very much. Okay, righto. So, right. Okay. Has anybody any comments to make on this? Any discussion? Councillor Heather Williams.
So I understand it's sort of non-material amendment, but obviously this is a contentious site and it is in the ownership of the council. I don't see any. Have the town council been consulted, for example, on this? So that's something that I was sort of looking forward, couldn't see. I think at the end of the day, from a planning point of view, 40 centimetres, you know, is very, very little, and the adjustments are very small. I wasn't pleased with the application beforehand, and I'm certainly not happy with the overall plan. But if I just look at that 40 centimetres, I don't think we've got much choice today. But I'm very disappointed that we as a committee are having to spend time looking at this, and land ownership is something that should have been considered in the original application.
Thank you. Right. Any other comments? Councillor Peter Sandford.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I don't consider myself sufficiently experienced or trained to actually judge whether these are non-material amendments. I'm happy to take the officer's recommendation for approval, but following on from Councillor Williams' comments, we're probably going to see tens, dozens of these for this site every time there's a slight movement in footpaths, parking spaces, whatever. Understand the system, and non-material amendments have to come before us, but the system's broken. We really shouldn't be, as Councillor Williams says, we shouldn't be spending time debating 40 centimetres movement of footpath.
But it's not just the 40 centimetres, is it, Councillor Sandford? There are three elements here. Councillor Peter Fane.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with Councillor Sandford, and I think Councillor Heather Williams that we should not be spending time debating this. I therefore propose that we move to a vote.
Thank you. So we have a second. Do we have a? Sorry, the recommend. We need to go to the recommend. Excuse me. We need to go to the recommendation first. So Jane, would you like to summarise for us, please?
The recommendation, as per page 15 of your agenda, is approve the proposed post-decision changes as non-material amendments to Planning Permission 23/00123/4. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and I need a seconder for that proposal. Thank you, Councillor Rickson. Right, okay, let's go to a vote. So the recommendation is for approval. If you agree with that, press green. If you disagree with that, press red. And if you wish to abstain, press yellow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right, have we got the, if you could unshare your presentation, Aaron, please. Thank you. Excuse me. It's not on that. Oh, yes, it is. Okay, great. Okay, so all in favour then. So that's carried. Thank you very much, members. It's saying yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It says rejected, so if anybody's watching that, then we're confused.
Yeah, why does it say that?
Well, can we clarify verbally, if anybody's watching online, this is 100% in favour of the approval. What the video display is showing is something different. Thank you, Aaron. Disappeared very quickly. Righto. Then, so moving on to item 6, which starts on page 17 of our agenda. This is this is a test. And members, the lights carry on flashing for a little while, so just be reassured. Okay, so Councillor Rickson's going to the public gallery. This is application 24/03049/FUL at Impington Village College, and it has a retrospective and a new element in it. So Alice Young is going to present to us. Thank you, Alice, if you're ready.
Just bear with me a second whilst
That's fine, thank you. Are you, so we're just waiting to hook up the officer to the meeting. Okay, right, so Alice, you're going to present to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. So the proposal is for retrospective permission for the change of use to a car park and associated works, and the creation of a 3G artificial grass pitch with perimeter fencing, hard standing areas, storage container, floodlights, access footpath, associated bund, toilet block, and resurfacing the car park and associated works at Impington Village College. So there's been a few updates which I need to talk you through, so bear with me, there's quite a few. So I've updated condition 4, which is the car parking management plan condition, to add this to be submitted and approved in writing by the local planning authority in consultation with the local highway authority, and moved the implementation part further down into the condition, but it's highlighted and underlined for members' viewing. Condition 9 is updated as well, which is the demolition and construction stages for collection and deliveries to the site. And this is just to make sure that this happens outside of school peak hours. And then condition 11 has been updated to reference the revised plan with regards to floodlighting. And then there was an archaeological condition which was recommended by the county, which was missed off the conditions list, which is just on screen. This is a standard condition. And then in paragraph 9.93, there was an error. It should have read, officers do consider that there is a case for deferring away from the indicative standards, and that's in reference to car parking.
Could you repeat that, please? Officers do consider
that there is a case for deferring away from the indicative standards in this instance. That's referenced in paragraph 9.93, and that is in reference to car parking. And then the statutory BNG condition was not listed in the list of conditions, but is obviously a legal requirement and will form part of the decision notice. So that's all the updates. Hopefully that's clear for members, but if members have any kind of questions at all, just let me know.
then that the number of car parking spaces at the condition, or rather at 9.93, it refers to that the previously unauthorised car parking, which we're seeking, this application seeks to formalise, will provide 29 formal car parking spaces, and then there are 215 car parking spaces elsewhere on the site. So that gives a total of 244 provided already and as part of this application, whereas the indicative standards indicate 268 spaces are required. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Are there any other questions of clarification for Councillor Fane?
Thank you, Chair. The proposal is for the creation of a 3G artificial grass pitch. I suppose we ought to know what 3G means in this context.
Of course, thank you. Through you, Chair. So 3G pitch refers to a third generation artificial grass surface for sports like football and rugby. It's designed to replicate natural grass with sand and rubber infill for better durability and all-weather playability. So that's what it means. It's the type of surface.
Thank you, Chair. Alice, could you go back to the update on delivery hours, please? I think it was the second slide.
This was condition 9, or?
It's the one relating to delivery hours.
Yes, it was related to the construction, wasn't it?
Okay. The outside of school peak time hours is very ambiguous. I'm not sure what is considered peak time hours, considering that I think we were there 2:30 in the afternoon and there were taxis queuing out onto the road already. Can I recommend that rather than sort of vague phrase, there are actually time windows specified, please?
That you actually add timings to it.
Yeah, whether it's
because you're right.
10 till 11.
The Cavendish School has children which leave earlier, and so the taxis arrive in time to collect them, don't they?
We saw that on our previous
so,
site visit.
Yeah, we did. We saw that on the site visit on the previous application.
Thank you.
So this currently says no collections or deliveries to from the site during demolition and construction outside the hours of 8 to 6, Monday to Friday, and 8 to 1 on a Saturday. Would there be some potential to adjust the hours so that they should not arrive or seek to deliver at a time when people are queuing to pick up children from the Cavendish?
Yes, hence why we tried to alter that condition. But in terms of discussing the time windows, we can discuss that with the applicant, and then it could go via chair and vice chair if you felt that was necessary, or we can alter the hours if you have proposed hours.
So, Councillor Sand, would you be happy with that coming back to chair and vice chair? Okay. Thank you very much. Because I think that is going to be a discussion with the school, isn't it, as well as to when those hours are. Okay, that's fine. Yes, Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you. Just, sorry, on this, would it be sensible when we're looking at conditions, so we've got the sort of floodlights for the netball courts already, and then I remember in 2019 we had a huge discussion over sort of noise and sound and things like that. Any conditions on timings, can I suggest that we make sure that it marries up? Because otherwise it makes it very difficult for local residents to know, oh, hang on a minute, on that application it said between 8 and 9, and this one says 8:30 to 9:30. So let's try and give people clarity if it gets to that point, and make sure that if there are any time restrictions on the other applications on the site, then it marries up as best as possible.
In between, because do you mean between the other application and this one? Because there's 17, condition 17 refers to use of the pitch and its lighting. but you're referring to the other uses on the site
Yes,
as well?
there are other uses on the site that have already had permission and we've
Okay,
already
that's
debated.
fine.
But I think where possible, we should try and keep conditions. It might not be entirely possible where they can, if they were deemed reasonable around lighting and construction, etc. And the first applications to do it here, because I think otherwise, perhaps part of the problem when we have these bolt-ons is it gets very confusing for local residents as to which ones are enforceable, which ones aren't.
Yeah, that's fine. I think it might be helpful to have legal advice on this one. Thank you. Vanessa.
Through your chair, all I was going to say is this discussion may be best had as we go into debate, and we'll perhaps move to our speakers and then pick that one up again.
Okay. Sorry, Jane, did you want to?
That's what she was going to say.
I was just going to say the officers might be able to answer those questions in the presentation first.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Right, okay, so let's move to the presentation.
Thank you. Sorry, that was confusing. I just wanted to get the updates and any questions relating to the updates out of the way before we then go on to the proper presentation part of the presentation. So bear with me a second. So just to remind members that this is a part retrospective application. The retrospective element is the change of use of the land to a car park and the associated landscape works that have already happened. And then everything else is in full. So 3G pitch, the perimeter fencing, the hard standing areas, the storage container, floodlights, footpaths, bund, toilet block and resurfacing this car park and associated landscape works are proposed. So I'm sure everyone's familiar with the Immington Village College site, but this is the red line denotes the proposed development. It's accessible off New Road via Park Drive. This is where the existing car park is and the proposed car park will be. This is where the 3G pitch is proposed alongside the bund over here. There is a tree belt along this boundary here, if you can see my laser pointer, and obviously it falls within the wider Immington Village College site. The current area all around here is playing fields, as I'm sure members are aware. Just south west of Park Drive are 4 residential properties, and then the other closest residential neighbours are on Percheron Close to the northeast. So this is the proposed 3G pitch here. Now bear with me because there are other pitches that are shown on this plan which might be confusing. These fall outside the red line and are not subject to the proposal. So it is just this 3G pitch here and the noise bund here alongside the footpath connecting to the infrastructure within the site and this area here of car parking. So just to zoom in a bit more on the 3G pitch, you'll see the toilet block is located to the north east of the 3G pitch, and this is where the storage container is proposed. There are floodlighting columns at regular intervals around the 3G pitch, and obviously it's accessible via the 2-metre wide footpath. So this is the proposed toilet block. It has 2 DDA WCs and a locker room area in the middle. So moving on to the proposed car parking layout, you'll note that this the surface is proposed, has changed. It's grasscrete and it's properly denoted where the car parking space lies. It is creating a one-way system to try and alleviate the issues on New Road currently experienced through the queuing of taxis. So it creates a one-way system for them to queue to get to the Cavendish School outside of the site. So, as detailed in the committee report, the development falls outside the development framework and the greenbelt, and within the greenbelt. As detailed in the report, officers consider that the proposed development will fall within Greenbelt Exception B, as the proposal is an outdoor recreation facility which preserves the openness of the greenbelt and does not conflict with the purposes of including the land within it. The proposed car park alongside the floodlights and associated works would support the function of the 3G pitch and is also acceptable in principle. In terms of the greenbelt impact, officers conclude that the proposal would not significantly affect the openness of the greenbelt, as it is an open structure allowing views through the site to remain, and it is set significantly back from New Road, partially screened by the Cavendish School and the surrounding tree belts, so it's quite a contained site. While the proposal is not considered to be high quality design, there is a clear need for 3G pitches in the north area of Greater Cambridge. Given the existing lack of full-size 3G pitches in the area, the proposed development would meet this need and provide a 3G pitch in a strategically accessible and sustainable location in the A14 corridor, as encouraged by the Playing Pitch Strategy 2016. It's also supported by the neighbourhood plan and local plan policies. So there has been significant third-party support for the provision of the 3G pitch and significant objection on matters such as traffic, parking pressure, visual amenity and noise. Some of the traffic and parking pressure issues are existing, and residents' concerns are that the proposed development will worsen this existing issue. The LPA, the Local Planning Authority, and the Highway Authority have been working collaboratively with the applicant to amend the proposal to resolve the existing, or attempt to resolve the existing issues by creating an area within the car park for taxis to queue off New Road, reducing the pressure on New Road. So this is what I was talking about earlier in terms of the queuing one-way system. A car parking assessment has been submitted, which included a survey that showed there is capacity in the site, in the IVC site, to accommodate the additional trips generated by the development. It's important to note that the 3G pitch would replace an existing playing field which is currently used both within school times and outside of school times for clubs. The proposal would lengthen the hours of use given the floodlighting proposed, particularly in winter. However, officers conclude that the site, as I said, can accommodate the uplift in trips generated. A condition requires a detailed parking management plan to be submitted to the council to ensure cars are directed to underutilised car parks within the site and managed effectively. This is one of the issues that has come out of the car parking survey, is that there are some car parks within the IVC site that are operating at capacity, and whereas others are underutilised, so it's trying to manage those flows across the whole site. And as I said, a one-way system has been proposed to relieve the pressure on New Road. With all this in mind, officers consider that the proposed development would not have an adverse impact on the functioning of the highway or result in additional parking pressure on New Road. Just for your benefit, Tam Parry from the County Highways Department is on the call to answer any specific transport concerns or queries. So when weighing the proposal and the planning balance, officers have concluded that the proposal would enhance sports facilities and opportunities in an underserved area, improving mental and physical health of the wider community, and there's no significant amenity harm identified or visual harm identified as detailed in the committee report. So officer recommendation is one of approval subject to the conditions outlined in the report and updated in the presentation, with delegated authority to officers for minor changes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right. I didn't do this at the beginning, but I will just remind members the order in which we do things. So the case officer, in this case, has given a brief introduction to the report. We've also had some clarifications. The committee may then ask questions of clarification of the case officer, which we can do next. Then there will be registered public speakers invited to speak for 3 minutes each. Members may then ask questions of clarification. The committee will then debate the item, and public speakers are not permitted to take part in that debate. And at the end of the debate and conclusion of any questions, providing there is no alternative proposal, the officer recommendation will be read out, and I will request a proposer and seconder for the recommendation. And I'll ask members to vote on the recommendation, and then if a recommendation for approval or refusal falls, an alternative proposal must be made, which will require a seconder and must then be voted on, and voting will be recorded. So that's the order of play. So we've just had the report from the officer. Are there any questions of clarification of the officer? Thank you. Councillor Redrup.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your report. I just wanted to ask about the hedge between the car park and the roads that's, I think, trying to protect the amenity of the householders. Is that sort of protected indefinitely, or would the applicant be able to take that down if they wanted to in the future?
Through you, Chair. So the hedge has not been protected via a tree protection order, so they can remove it without tree consent. In terms of this application, we're obviously proposing to re-landscape the area, and those condition 12 looks to secure that detail. I think in condition 12 it states that within 5 years of planting any trees or shrubs, if they die or are destroyed, then they'll have to replant them. But in terms of in perpetuity protecting those hedges or shrubs that are proposed through that landscaping plan, that goes beyond what we're securing via condition, and that will have to be subject to a tree protection order process. I don't think it would be necessary or reasonable to secure that in perpetuity via the condition.
Sorry, are you referring to the conifer hedge, or the hedge between the car park and
yes,
the houses?
sort of a hypothetical hedge at the moment. It doesn't exist. It's sort of the one that's between the houses and
yes.
the planned parking. So yeah, on that one. So I don't think that exists currently.
No,
but it's
exactly.
in the plans as sort of a way of making this acceptable. So I just wanted to check if that would have to remain, or if there's scope to remove. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's pause for legal advice.
Through you, Chair, then we could put a condition on for that hedgerow in particular to be in perpetuity, if councillors wish.
Thank you very much.
Would that be part of condition 12 then, the hard and soft landscaping works?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So if members feel that would be a good idea, then we can do that, which is reassuring. While we're on that plan, I would like to ask, given that when you come into the site, the sight line takes you straight to the gate of the Cavendish School, and this indicates that there is a slight adjustment of the entrance to that car park to encourage people to turn left. But I did wonder if it might be helpful to have a wider build out on the straight ahead route, in other words, to prevent you taking the straight ahead route and actually forcing drivers coming into that car park to turn left. I know that's not on the plan, but I was wondering if it was an adjustment that officers could discuss in order to ensure that people did go through the car park. Because at present, I think they will just go straight ahead as normal, which is what they've always done. Is there any mileage for that?
In terms of widening the access, that would extend beyond the red line. The red line is quite tightly around the car park proposed. In terms of directing people through to the car park to queue, there is a signage condition, which I think is condition 3, which we are requiring them to add additional signage to help with car parking management across the site.
Okay. The other question I wanted to ask was whether there is. No, I'll leave that element to the debate. Were there any other questions of clarification? So, Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Just two things. In Councillor Khan's response in the agenda, he references BNG being only on one part of the site, I think to do the pitch and not the car park. I'm just wondering if we could have some more clarification around that and why opinions may differ on that. And then also on page 45, we have the conditions, looking particularly at 3 and 4 in relation to parking, because as ever, particularly around schools, parking is an issue. When we look at the car park management plan, it says about measures to promote non-car, etc. What always seems to be, this is quite prescriptive rather than of what needs to be included. We sometimes have had it where we can have like a monitor and manage approach, and actually where the council can then come back if there doesn't seem to be issues. Because there's this list which feels quite prescriptive, I'm wondering if that actually does give officers then any flexibility to be reactive to any situations that may arise during that sort of monitor and manage approach. And you said we have Tam Parry from the County Council. Just really be interested to hear his thoughts on, because parking is always an issue outside schools. It's becoming more and more of an issue for residents throughout the county, I'm sure, and definitely in South Cambridgeshire. But just seeing whether he thinks this would put, because we have to look at what this particular application would add to the situation. So we have to understand there's an existing issue of parking, as in every school, but what his take is on whether this would increase pressure or not for what it's the additional impact.
For you, Chair, are you happy for me to answer?
Sorry, do go ahead, Tam. Thank you very much. Yes, please do.
Thank you. Good morning. Tam Parry, Cambridge County Council Transport Assessment Team. Yes, the intention of that condition is specifically to address kind of parking congestion in this part of the site, and to more evenly distribute parking around the IBC campus. So the parking survey that the applicant's undertaken has demonstrated, as Alice was saying, that there is sufficient capacity within the IBC campus. And so the intention of this condition is to ensure that there's measures in place put in by the applicant that utilise that capacity throughout the campus. And they've come up with some really good ideas in the additional report that they had submitted with the parking survey. So it's a matter of going into those in some more detail and being able to kind of work with them to make the most of those measures.
Thank you, Tam. Do you want to come back, Councillor Williams?
Thank you, Tam. And can I just say, so what we're looking at today It's not obviously the existing traffic at the school and what have you, it is relation to this pitch. And whether the usage of this pitch, would you say, given the car parking measures and the conditions, do you think that will be adequate to mitigate any additional parking requirement that will be made from this application?
Yes, I do. So the applicant has made some very robust assumptions about how many people could use the pitch at any one time, about the use of the netball pitches nearby, and when you add up all of those numbers and you put those into the available capacity on the campus, yes, we're comfortable that with this condition, the impact of parking can be mitigated, and that's why we were seeking the condition to be applied.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. And while you're there, Tam, I would like to ask, so at 9.93 in our report, it says the proposed development, it's referring to car parking, it says the proposed development includes resurfacing the unauthorised car park to provide 29 formal parking spaces. Now, bear in mind, we know those are already used and the 3G pitch hasn't been built yet. So that parking is already very heavily under pressure already. So we've got those 29, which are simply formalising what's already there, and they refer to 215 car parking spaces elsewhere on the school site. Now, anyone who's visited the school site will know that the car parking is not particularly intuitive as to where it is, and there may be 215 parking spaces elsewhere, but it would not necessarily be obvious to a visitor where they might be. So thank you very much. The parking survey plan's gone up. So this gives a total of the 229 plus 215 elsewhere, give a total of 244. And the report goes on to say, given the size of the pitch, the indicative standards are 268 spaces. So that's 22 short, which is approximately the size of this formalised car park. So on what basis are you saying that there's going to be sufficient car parking for this new 3G pitch as well? Because elsewhere in the report it says, you know, this is likely to attract people from a large area because it's going to be accessible at times of year and in times of weather when other pitches might not be accessible. So, Tam, can I ask you to come back and comment on that?
Yeah, so in the parking reports, the survey report, the applicant has set out a first principles approach of how many people will be using each of the pitches and how many will be coming by car. And I can run through those details with you, but to summarise it and say really that I thought that those assumptions and the basis of that first principle kind of process made sense to me, and therefore I thought that the trip generation, the demand for cars coming to the 3G pitch and to the netball pitches combined was reasonable, and so that might not be reflected in the parking standards as such, but it's reflected in an analysis that the applicant's undertaken of what they think the maximum demand for car parking could be based upon how many people you can fit on the pitch and how many would come by car.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
But thank you also for leaving that plan up because that's the point I was making. So bear in mind, it's also, the site is enclosed by a brick wall. So if you're not familiar with the site, you don't know where the parking is. So anybody arriving from the south tends to go into Park Drive because that's the first entrance you get to. And there is other parking access from New Road at the very front of the building, which is car park 2. And then there's smaller car parking, which is much further away off Burgoyne's Road at 3 and 4. But my observation is that I would like to be reassured that the traffic management plan will be mindful that people might be coming from further afield who don't know the layout of the car parking. And frankly, I've visited IVC on a number of occasions and I never realised that Car Park 2 existed. So I think it would be helpful to indicate, you know, where alternative parking is on the site so that people visiting know that there are other options that they can use. Can we ensure that that traffic management plan does cover that? Do you want to respond?
Yes, just to directly address that issue. So within condition 4, there is certain things that we expect to be included within the car park management plan, and it includes details as to the publication of such measures / management to various groups on site. So this would include the football clubs that use the facilities. A lot of the existing clubs operate on the site, on the playing fields anyway, so they're aware of at least the immediate car parks within the site. Obviously, there's a signage condition as well, which will link into the car park management plan to help direct people to the underused car parks as well. So there are provisions within the conditions for additional ways to manage it. There is also remedial measures secured through the car park management plan should groups fail to adhere to the traffic management plan as well.
Could it be included in this that they indicate the walking route from the car park to the sports pitch? If it's an event day and they've got things going on in the sports pitches, but they're actually having to direct people to the more remote parking, can we just ask to ensure that they include a walking route so that people know how to get from the remote car park to the sports pitch?
Yeah, so condition 4 also requires measures to promote non-car travel modes, and obviously the signage condition, we would direct pedestrian flows from the car parks as well to the 3G pitch, as well as signage that directs people from New Road to the car park or Bergen-Noyes Road to the car parks. And then so there will be a comprehensive look at the signage across the whole of the site.
Good, because sometimes there are concerts on Saturday evenings as well, so they need to be clear where people are going to park. So, right, okay. We're still on matters of clarification, so do go ahead, Councillor Heather Williams.
If it's been said, I think a lot's been said on parking, and I'm conscious that Tam obviously responded straight away after my question, and Councillor Brandon had a question. So I had one on BNG. If I've missed the response in the parking, I apologise, but I can't quite recall having an answer to my question.
No, sorry about that. That was missed in the roundup. So BNG across the car park and the 3G pitch has been considered. I questioned that as a result of the third-party comments with the ecologist, and they confirmed that yes, the BNG stats have considered both aspects of the development.
Great, thank you very much. Oh, Councillor Jackson Wood, thank you.
Thank you. Coming away from parking just for a second, I sort of reviewed the application just around the 3G pitch. I was just wondering, it references a rubber crumb pitch, and completely appreciate that all weather pitches are in huge demand and well needed. But I just wondered if there was any look into any other kind of materials rather than rubber crumb. I know that we're actually trying to look at more sustainable options. So I just wondered if that's actually been looked at by the applicant at all.
Did you want to respond?
Through you, Chair. So in terms of the surfacing, obviously this particular type of artificial pitch is what's being proposed. We've got to assess the application on its own merits. But just to note as well, Sports England have been consulted on the application and are supportive of the facilities that are being proposed. I can't comment on whether other options for surface were explored at the pre-planning stage. The applicant would, I imagine, have explored those options, but we've got to assess it on what's being proposed today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we now move to public speakers, having had questions of clarification. So the first of our public speakers is Becky Cherms, who's Commercial Manager at ELA Active, who's speaking on behalf of the Impington Village College, I think. It's all right. So if you want to turn, it's the right-hand button, that's it. And you've got 3 minutes. So can you just introduce yourself? Don't worry, this is not part of your 3 minutes. Just introduce yourself.
Morning, everybody. I'm Becky Cherms. I'm the Commercial Manager for ELA Active, which is part of the Trust for Impington Village College, and on behalf of the Sports Centre, which is Impington Sports Centre as well.
Okay, thank you. Would you be so kind as to bring your microphone a little bit closer? Thank you.
Is that any better? Can you
That's
hear me
better. Thank you so much.
Okay. So, the vast majority of schools in the region have access to high-quality, all-weather facilities that allow excellent sports provision to take place consistently throughout the year. Impington's facilities are notably inferior in this regard, and this has a tangible negative effect on the educational experience of the 1,500 students at IVC and the students attending the Cavendish School, alongside limiting community use compared with other villages locally. As an Ofsted outstanding facility, it simply cannot be the case that a reputable school like IVC should not have the outstanding facilities to match. The need for a 3G at IVC is recognised in the Greater Cambridgeshire's local football facility plan, which confirmed there is currently a significant shortfall of at least 10 3G pitches in the area. Following on from this, a 3G pitch at Histon FC was previously considered unviable due to planning concerns related to why the school site was pursued instead, given that daytime use for students could also be considered. A pitch at IVC is specifically identified within the plan, citing the opportunity to develop a pitch at a site supported by permanent sports staffing presence to support growth of local affiliated clubs, including Histon Hornets and Milton Colts. Long-term engagement with these two clubs has evidenced a lack of midweek training facilities due to the existing pitches in the locality being fully capacity, leading to a significant demand for a proposed 3G pitch. Histon Hornets currently has 32 teams from under-7s through to adult teams, including both youth and adult disability teams. Across these teams, that means over 500 registered players. Unfortunately, due to limited access to facilities at Recreation Ground, only 8 teams are currently able to train in Histon during winter, with the rest having to travel out of the village, resulting in over 500 additional car journeys per week. Additionally, not all of the Hornets players come from homes with cars, and they are only able to access easily accessible sports provision within walking or cycling distance. Therefore, the absence of local all-weather training facilities means that there are children who are being shut out from participating in sport through no fault of their own. This is also an issue for Milton Colts, with teams currently using 6 different training venues across the region, hiring a combination of 3Gs, muggers, indoor sports halls, which are all expensive and, given the wide dispersal, are a challenge to secure consistent training slots. Alongside this, the recent South Cambs District Council Health and Wellbeing Strategy identified as a district council, we are members of Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Integrated Care System. Our collective focus is all together for healthier lives, working to improve the health and well-being of our local people throughout their lives. The strategy highlighted the following 4 priority areas: children and young people, healthy behaviours and lifestyles, mental health and ageing well. The 3G pitch would meet all of these priorities, as it would provide additional capacity for the clubs, develop women's and girls football, and a full female pathway for Wildcats through to the women's and girls training and match play.
Okay, you drawing your comments to a close, please.
Yeah. The Cavendish School would also have significant access to the pitch for the SEND students.
Sorry, that's not... You need to bring to a close.
Okay. Any questions?
So do members have any questions of Becky Jones? Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Through yourself, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's lots of reference to football, what have you, the applications for the artificial grass pitch. I was sort of smiled when Councillor Fane made his reference earlier about like what is 3G. Now, we had many burns, to be quite frank, from playing hockey when I was at school on AstroTurf and what is now 3G pitches. So I'm wondering, the way it is being done to maximise accessibility, is it just going to be for football, or will it be more multi-use?
So the plan for the pitch is to include multi-sports, so there will be some walking cricket within it, and we're also working with Cambridge Rugby Club as well. And then within the school, it will be used from a training facility for the other students. So actually, it provides an all year round surface for the PE lessons too. So on top of that, there will be additional sports, and there are other community groups other than football that we're already engaging with as part of the project plan with the Football Foundation. And they're very keen that it's a multi-sport facility and not just 3G.
So that would include hockey and things like that too?
Hockey, the 3G pitch isn't the same as an Astro, so you have two different surfaces. So it's not. They'll be doing hockey within the school, on the surface, but it's not suitable for hockey place because the surface for hockey is sand-based or water-based, whereas this is 3G for football usage. But there will be some rugby usage on it as well.
Thank you. Any other questions?
So if I can clarify, so rugby, cricket, general purpose and football, so it's not exclusively for football?
No, and like I said, we've already engaged with some cricket clubs and with Cambridge Rugby Club, Wildcats, with regards to using the surface.
I think there's still same principle applies, so if you fall on it, it does hurt.
Yes. Councillor Heather Williams previously asked a question about whether the timing of the use of this 3G pitch would be coordinated with the use of other facilities at the IVC site, like the new netball pitch that was approved recently, and whether that was being coordinated in order to reduce the impact on the neighbouring residents. I just wonder whether you could comment on that.
So previously, when we put the application in, this was prior to the netball court application being passed. The plan had always been for both projects for a 10 o'clock finish on the surfaces, because that's when the sports centre closes. However, happy to be led by planning on this. You know, our projected usage does include usage up until 10 o'clock at night during the week. However, again, you know, happy to be led by the committee on anything with regards to that.
You'll find that the actual usage of these pitches at condition 17, is 8 to 10 p.m. Monday to Friday, but it stops at 7 on Saturday and 8 on Sunday. Yeah.
And at the moment, the sports centre closes at 5, but we would be keen to increase the community usage and access through to 6 or 7 o'clock at the weekends when possible.
These times, forgive me, I can't remember off the top of my head, but do these times mimic the times that were the netball pitch?
It was suggested for the netball pitch that the usage was restricted to 9:30 at night.
Okay, right.
So again, happy to, as we suggested with the netball courts, to have an automated shut-off for the floodlight system.
Okay.
So that there can't be any.
I remember that. Okay,
issues
thank you.
with
And I
that.
think Jane Rodens may be able to assist us on that.
So, through you, Chair, so the hours of use are longer for the 3G pitch by half an hour, Monday to Friday. So on the netball application, it was 8 a.m. to 9:30 p.m. In the proposed planning statement for this 3G pitch application, it requested the hours of 8 until 10 Monday to Friday, which officers consider as acceptable. So there will be a staggering in time between the netball and the 3G pitch, which officers considered beneficial in this instance, so that not everyone is leaving at the same time. But obviously that can be up to discussion for members.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I can't see any further questions for Becky. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So our next speaker is Councillor Yvonne Murray from Heston and Impington Parish Council. And I believe, Yvonne, you are the chair or part of the parish planning committee. No, you need to turn your microphone on. That's it. Okay. Oops. That's it. Can you confirm that you've got the permission of your parish council to speak on this matter?
So, yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
So, thank you. So, I'm currently chair of Histon and Impington Parish Council and a member of the planning committee. And yes, I have permission to speak on behalf of Histon and Impington Planning Committee as approved at our meeting of the 12th of December 2024.
Great, thank you very much indeed. So you have 3 minutes and I will keep you to it. So do go ahead. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much, everybody, for allowing me to speak today. Histon and Impington Parish Council recommended approval of this application today. We acknowledge and appreciate Eastern Learning Alliance's efforts to listen and to act on behalf of the concerns of our residents to set back the 3G pitch to lessen its impact on New Road and Park Drive. The comments from the Histon and Impington Planning Committee reads as follows. Majority of Histon and Impington Planning Committee are in favour to make a recommendation of approval on the proposed amendment, this application itself, with the condition that communication with IVC Liaison Group continues. This approval is in addition to the previous comments made by the Parish Council. In our recommendation, which I've just stated, we note the importance of communication with that group for the wider parking issues around New Road and Park Drive. This group was approved by Histon and Impington Parish Council, the full council meeting on the 21st of October 2024. It's an active group and includes members from IVC, Impington Village College, South Cambridgeshire District Council, Histon and Impington Parish Council, chaired by Cambridgeshire County Council member, councillor, and also residents from New Road and Park Drive. Histon and Impington Planning Committee, in their conditions for this, for recommendation of this approval, again wish to highlight the importance of the communication with that group. That's all I have.
Thank you very much indeed. Just pause there. I was hoping to ask a question. Does anybody have any questions for Councillor Yvonne Murray? Right, okay, just do hang on fire there. I just want the reason I'm asking is I would very much like to see that sort of communication being at the very least encouraged, if not prescribed in some way. And I've just asked legal whether the legal advisor, Vanessa, if condition 7 covers that, which refers to a community use agreement. But I don't think that's the same thing. That refers to the community being able to use these pitches for sporting activities. So I think if we haven't already got it, I'd like to suggest that we might wish to add an informative, in view of the Parish Council's request, that they should continue to liaise with the group that Yvonne Murray refers to with regard to traffic management, because it clearly is a concern and it involves all the people who are involved. So can I just check with Vanessa that we could ask for that?
So we could have an informative, but a condition wouldn't be suitable, in my opinion. Checking with the planning officers.
So
couldn't fulfil the conditions test, and certainly, you know, it couldn't be enforced by the authority.
So, but we can have an informative encouraging the college to continue in the arrangement of communication with the, I can't remember the name of the group that you said, sorry, you did specify it. IVC liaison group, yeah, great.
And I think the officer has happy with it and informative.
Great, okay. So you're happy, Jane and Alice, you're happy that we can add that as an informative. Super. Members, can I just check that you're happy that we do that to make sure that they carry on communicating with the group? Great, lovely, thank you. Let's add that. And yeah, okay. Right, so then the final speaker that we have is Councillor Martin Khan, who's speaking to us from distance. So, Martin, are you, Councillor Khan, would you like to make your comment?
Hello, yes, thank you very much. I'm sorry, I'm on holiday.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm on a holiday in Poland at the moment. I'll start now, okay?
That's fine, thank you. We can hear you.
Okay, firstly, I'm fully in agreement with the provision of an artificial grass pitch, since this is much desired resource for the local community and a suitable location is proposed. However, the proposals for parking are most unsatisfactory and have an impact on both on the amenity of an area which is de facto open to the public and which provides an attractive entrance to the village college grounds, the openness and rural nature of the green belt and the setting of the building of local interest, the lodge by the entrance to Park Drive. These negative impacts should have been indicated on the planning balance. The current parking there is illegal, both for its use and the works for installing hog and hard standing, and therefore it cannot be considered in the approach to the application and the planning balance. The baseline should be the position before it was constructed. Some photos for that, please, could you put up? I complained about this illegal activity and it was confirmed to me that it was indeed not permitted and the applicant was being asked to submit retrospective application. The pre-existing position was that this was a pleasant green which complemented the rural village appearance of the houses on Park Drive. So that at this point, the boundary between the rural area, the green belt, and the urbanised area was along the northern boundary, and not as indicated in the report. This is the baseline. Compare this with the current situation. Now, can we have the photos?
Councillor Khan, we're just we're just getting those photographs.
Okay, I continue.
Just pause a moment. It's taking. Don't worry, I won't. If we can just stop the clock. We're just waiting to get those photographs up. Okay, we have one at the moment. If you want to share that, Alice, thank you. Okay, that's now. So just for clarity.
That's now. There should be one beforehand.
That's the current arrangement, and just for clarity, this is looking eastwards with the
before.
Yeah, and that's the before photograph. What that area looked like before it was used for informal parking. So I just wanted to clarify for people in the room,
That's for later.
If you could just go back to the before. The before photograph shows the hedge against the netball court on the left-hand side. This is the grass area, and then there's the new Park Drive looking straight ahead. And this was May 2010, so some considerable number of years ago. So then if you could move on to what it looks like now. So not only has the hedge grown much taller, but the grass has now been used for parking. Sorry, Councillor Khan, would you like to continue?
The principle should therefore be that the area should not be developed and urbanised, and the planning balance is very different to that indicated in the report. Furthermore, there is no need for a car park of this size. There is 29 spaces shown, and there is a surplus of 14 spaces on a Tuesday peak at 6 p.m. and 20 spaces on a Saturday peak at 11 a.m. according to the SLR report, the specialist report. Therefore, a smaller car park will be sufficient to provide adequate capacity. This could be provided while retaining green space in front of the houses on Park Drive, and this is what residents were promised by the school. The need for a car park is also justified on the basis of the need for stacking space for taxis for the Cavendish School. Resolving this is not necessary for the application and cannot be imposed on the applicant. However, it is indeed desirable to resolve this issue. There's traffic backing out onto the new road caused by the fact there is not wide enough room for cars to pass in opposite directions on parts of Park Drive, as can be seen on the satellite photograph, which you saw earlier on, and therefore traffic entering interferes with traffic leaving. There's room for the drive to be widened to permit two-way traffic. The additional stacking space this provides could completely prevent traffic backing onto New Road, which is currently the order of 4 to 10 vehicles. So the provision of a smaller car park, a widening of the access road, and restoration of the green landscaped area, as advocated by the residents, would minimise the impacts. It seems to me that the application should be refused on these grounds, since reducing the size of the car park would appear to me to be a material amendment not removable by conditions. However, this will be a very sad outcome considering the accepted need. Therefore, I suggest that the application either be deferred to consider changes to the application, or that the application be requested to make an applicant be requested to make a unilateral undertaking to the same effect, depending on the advice of professional officers. Otherwise, I'm afraid I recommend that the application should be refused.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Khan. Right. Can I just ask the officer whether the observation that Councillor Khan made that there isn't a need for this amount of parking, is that borne out by the evidence? Sorry, I'm not questioning your judgment, Councillor Khan. I just wanted to understand from the...
I'm quoting from the report.
Yes, thank you. So, Alice, can you help us there?
Thank you, Chair. So, as you may be aware, there is a lot of existing issues with regards to car parking, pressure and traffic management within the area. Now, obviously, we've got to look at the application and assess the impact of the proposal on the surrounding area, but part of this proposal is looking to try and improve the existing situation. So we're in an interesting situation where there are existing pressures that we're trying to address whilst also proposing a new use on site. So we concluded as planners that the proposed car park is obviously well used, as evidenced in the car parking survey, and the proposed trip generation, when accounting for that, the site, when you're looking at all of the car parks, can accommodate the additional flows of the elongated hours of use of the playing fields, which is as a result of the 3G pitch. But the proposal ultimately looks to retain that car park, and it will support the use of the 3G pitch. So officers considered that it is necessary to support the proposed use given its proximity to the 3G pitch, and traffic management is obviously going to be proposed and implemented to mitigate any adverse impacts. But there's only so much these mitigations can do, if I'm transparent. So the car park itself being proposed, officers did find necessary. There is obviously stats in the car parking survey which show the number of vehicles over time, and the proposed car parks are under capacity. As I've said, the trip generation generated by the proposal, it can be accommodated within site. But obviously this is part retrospective application. It's partially to regulate the existing use of the car park as well, and it's looking to improve the visual amenity of the existing situation by resurfacing it and re-landscaping it. So it's a tricky balance, of course.
Thank you very much. And for me, what you've said indicates even more the importance of this additional third informative to ensure that IVC continue to communicate with the liaison group. Right. Thank you very much. Has anybody got any questions for Councillor Martin Khan? No? Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Khan, for taking part and making your views clear. Thank you. Thank you. We also have Councillor James Rickson, who is the local member. Simon, can you just confirm for me? Councillor Rickson also has 3 minutes, doesn't he? Yeah, thank you. So, Councillor Rickson, are you hooked up to a microphone?
Can I use this public speaker one? Is that?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you. So you have 3 minutes, and if you'd just like to introduce yourself again, and then you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so I'm Councillor James Rickson. I'm speaking representing as a member representing the Histon Impington Orchard Park ward. I just really wanted to pick up, I think, in support of a number of things that was said, and the point this last point that has come out, which is this application is for a sports pitch and associated facilities, and almost separately viewed a retrospective application for the existing grassed area to be officially converted to the use as a car park. That it appears that car park is not, is not a requirement of the sports area. I think that is the most controversial element of this application. Looking at the conditions, condition 3 for the signage across the site directed to the car park, I think is essential, as is condition 4, the traffic management plan, and condition 12, the details of the hard and soft landscaping. I think a lot of the issues surrounding this application, and bear in mind this application again is a discrete application. We've seen one from a month or two ago in the adjacent netball courts that we can only review it as such, has wider impacts on the wider site that's not necessarily picked up and cannot necessarily be addressed within these applications. I'd just further like to say that yes, the work of the IVC liaison group in trying to address that, which is a collaboration between county council, parish council, ourselves the district council, and the ELA running IVC in an effort to try and bridge those gaps and pick up on some of the issues that can't necessarily be addressed in the planning application. So I guess with the view that yes, fully see the need and support for the 3G pitch, and recognise the issues with the car parking.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rickson. So you're not coming down on either side, you're just making a statement about the concerns. Thank you. Just before you go, has anybody got any questions for Councillor Rickson? Councillor Heather Williams.
Through yourself, Chair. Just from what you're saying, it obviously is, when we can see in the public responses, there is a conflict, isn't there? There is support, there is objection. So you are in an unenviable position in that respect. From what you've, I don't think that's my timer, is that? Oh, that's all right then. From what you're saying, and obviously we are in a situation where we have to judge, Chair, the application as it is, which is the pitch, and if there can be improvements to the current parking situation, great, but there is no obligation through this application, unless Vanessa vehemently shakes her head at me, to rectify existing problems. It's just the additional. You referenced the netball courts. Is there anything in the extended hours that this pitch would attract? Because obviously you can have the same amount of school traffic during those times. Is there anything in particular with the experience of the netball courts that you think would give, for instance, concern about that additional impact, as opposed to the issues with the current situations, which seems to be, if you live near a school, then you are subjected to?
Thank you. Did you want to respond?
would you be referring to the additional impact of car parking and car trips?
The additional impact of having this pitch being in use for longer, that additional pitch, what impact do you feel that would have on the parking situation? So you've got the current situation of the parking, but what additional impact do you feel, and you might be able to reflect on experience of if there's been additional impact because of the netball?
So I think it's worth noting that the car parks that are identified in that car park plan, they're not all operational throughout the day. So when it comes to later use of the sports pitches, for example, those car parks, there's greater capacity outside of school hours because I believe it's I don't know that changes, but playgrounds or other hard surfaces that are usually fenced off and as part of the school during the day can actually then be used as car parking. I think the new pitch, assuming it's being used out of hours, that would appear to be not have a further impact in that regard.
Thank you.
Right, thank you. So we're into general, thank you very much, Councillor Rickson, it's helpful. And we're into general debate then. Would you like to speak on this? Councillor Fain.
Happy to lead off, Chair. I think one of the key issues is the car parking, and as Councillor Khan pointed out, that has to be assessed against the baseline of the landscaped area as was shown on the photograph of 2010. And this has been dealt with in some detail, including a paragraph, I think it's 993. Now, it's clear that this proposal would not result in the restoration of the car park to that landscaped effect as before, but I think the design of the car park not only improves the traffic circulation, but also avoids the rather muddy dirt car park that it now has by replacing it with grasscrete, and could make it again an improvement on the landscape. Not as far as the situation shown by that photograph in 2010, but I don't think that is a practical possibility now. And to jump to the conclusion, I am happy to accept the officer's recommendation that we should, but I'm not suggesting that we have to have a debate first, but that would be my view when it comes to the vote.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Henry Batchelor.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'll give you my view as well at this point. So when I first read the application before coming here today, so my main concern was around traffic management and parking. I was looking to flesh out more information around the conditions that relate to that, which are in the paper. I think we've done that at various points throughout this, discussing this application. And obviously hearing from local members, the parish council as well, and from reading the public comments, I think I am somewhat, my concerns are relieved around that particular point. As for me, that was the main sort of source of harm from this particular application, but I am somewhat, relieved by some of the responses we've had, and also the conditioning that has been included. Some of that which is based upon the recommendations of County Highways team, and Tam's spoken to us as well. It's really relieving to hear that there is a liaison group currently set up between all the various local stakeholders, and I would concur with the parish council on that, that continuation of that would be extremely useful, because should this be approved and then implemented clearly from a local point of view, that would be the most direct way for concerns to be raised directly with the school. What else we talk about? Timings. So yeah, so timings of use. Again, I have absolutely no issue with the timings of the football pitch being sort of ending at 10 p.m. I think that's very standard across lots of these types of facilities. Certainly in my ward it is. And the fact that the netball courts are proposed, or currently all proposed to finish half an hour earlier, seems eminently sensible, albeit in my view not necessary, but the fact it's there I think is sensible, to help with the exiting of vehicles from the site. And I think you yourself, Chair, suggested an informative as well, which I would also support should it be officially proposed. And I've got no issue with that being included. So for me, it's quite clear the outcome should be that we agree the officer's recommendation and approve, because in my view, the benefits of this highly outweigh the potential harm. So I will be voting to approve, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Batchelor. I'll come later on to the formal proposal and seconding of that third informative. Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. So I think it's natural, particularly with the existing issue that parking has sort of dominated quite a lot of our discussions today. However, I don't feel that the addition of the pitch puts extra pressure, and that's the thing. We have to not look at the existing issue, but what the pressures of that pitch would create. And I don't feel that would adversely impact and contribute to the current situation, which really is about the school, the general activities of the school, not this pitch. I think the car park, there is a need for car parking. To formalise that car parking space seems like a sensible solution. It's obviously being used, and actually normally if you can formalise it, then you can actually put lines down and make it so that you can fit more in and less ad hoc parking. So I think that's more car parking can't be a bad thing in this situation. When it comes to the conditions, I understand the points that Councillor Batchelor has made in relation to the 10 o'clock, but I do think if you're a resident, and from that enforceability, if you've got some at once, sometimes some at another, we're then asking people to kind of make that judgment, are they there playing netball or are they there playing football? And I just think that could be quite difficult from an enforcement point of view if they are different times. But either way, whatever time we go with, I think what was really important when we looked at the netball courts was that there was that shut-off time, and that there was an automatic time, so lights couldn't be left on by whoever was using the pitch last. So I think that's really, really important. The parking management plan, we've heard from officers that there is flexibility if it needs to be reactionary, and so I'm comfortable with that. I think the parking the issues very much relate to the fact that it's a school and we have parking problems outside every school. But hopefully this will mitigate some of the existing issues. So on that basis, Chair, I will be supporting the officer's recommendation today.
Thank you very much. We have some more speakers, but can I just one moment. Okay, so Councillor Peter Sandford.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very positive about the overall application. I think the 3G pitch will be a great asset both to the village college and to the residents of the wider area. Really the only point of contention seems to be there's an authorised car park, and when we visited the site before Christmas, despite what we saw in the photographs, it was a mud bath and it was packed full, probably 20 or 30 cars. It's not going to be feasible to return that patch of ground to Councillor Khan's 2010 photograph. So it seems the time to be pragmatic and formalise the car parking, put hard servicing down, put lines as Councillor Williams suggested, and chalk it off to experience.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Lisa Redrop.
Thank you, Chair. As with many others, I agree that there is a need for all-weather pitches and the opportunities that will allow for people to get involved in sports. I guess, like everyone else, it's a bit more regrettable about the car park, but I am willing to support that it is needed to help help support the pitch and hopefully ameliorate the existing issues on the site. It is obviously regrettable that that area of green space is partially being lost to the residents, and so that's why I'd be grateful if it is okay to include the strengthening of the condition to allow that hedge to be protected in perpetuity,
Yes,
just to make sure that that can remain, to allow some green area for those residents on Park Drive. Would I need to put a proposal for that? Or?
Well, I was just going to suggest, can we add into condition 12 some reference to the hedge on the south side of the car park, between the car park and New Road? Do we need to agree a wording for that? Or can I leave the officers to do it? Do you want it to come back to Chair and Vice Chair for approval, or we're happy to let you do that? Okay, right, so members, are you happy that officers undertake to strengthen condition 12? Great, okay, and I at this point would like to formally propose the addition of an informative that I'll try and create some sensible wording. No, okay, so to encourage the continued involvement with the IVC liaison group to ensure that the traffic management is monitored and any concerns can come back to that traffic management system so that they get feedback as to what needs to change if changes are required. So are members happy that we leave the wording of that to officers? Okay, great, lovely, thank you very much. So we'll add that informative 3. And from my point of view, I think this is, so we've got 2 things here. One is the retrospective regularisation of an existing car park, and I think that makes eminent sense because, as Councillor Sanford pointed out, when we were there, it was just very, very wet and muddy and very bumpy as well. So I think it's important that that car park is improved and the car parking spaces are marked out sensibly so that they can be used, but also so that it can be used as that one-way system that will prevent cars, will mitigate cars backing up onto New Road, I hope. The other thing is that elsewhere in the report, it referred to the 3G pitch being established on something that is already a pitch. In other words, whilst it might attract more people because it's 3G and it can be used in wetter weather, actually those games might have been going on already on the existing pitch. So we may not be increasing, if this is being approved, if this were to be approved, we may not be increasing the number of people who use it, but there's a likelihood it will. But it's already being used as a football pitch. So, and also the representative from Impington Village College pointed out that other football teams and sports teams have to go all over the place to find suitable pitches. So this will be an asset for the area, I think. And also, I'm very much encouraged by condition 7, which embeds in this the undertaking that there will be a signed community use agreement prepared in consultation with Sport England to ensure that the community get the use of this pitch as well. So, which is very important. And I'd like to thank the officers for the work they've done on it. So I'm very much in support of this. I recognise that the parking problems have been a problem in the past, and I hope that this will help to improve things. But the most important thing for me is the traffic management plan that makes it clear that there are other parking areas that can be used on the site, and that they will be that visitors will be directed to them. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Heather Williams, who's just left. so there are two things. That some regarding the timing of the finish, the hours are listed at condition 17. So I just want to check with members. So the other one was sorry, what was the second one?
Sorry, just bear with. So we've got
The hours and the...
Yes, so
sorry, I just wanted to say what the two things are. The hours and...
the linking of the netball court,
Yeah.
timing, and the construction.
And the construction, yeah, that's it. The school. Okay, so
Got both of those. Officer has
so two things.
them both.
One is condition 17, the hours, and considering about the link with the netball court finishing or not. And the other one is the construction that Councillor Sanford raised about where it says that the construction deliveries and collections should not take place. The amendment that had been given was that it should be outside school hours, school peak hours. That was to come back to Chair and Vice Chair, but do you want to comment on that, Jane?
Yeah, so thank you, Chair. So I've got that we're going to update condition 9 with a discussion with the applicant and then confirm with Chair and Vice Chair as well. We also had condition 4, so 9 originally and 11, which were updated through the officer's presentation. We've got the new archaeology written scheme of investigation condition and the statutory BNG that were referenced in the report but missed off the list. They were the new ones.
Okay.
We've got updated condition 12, as Councillor Redrup said, the car parking in Hedge to be in perpetuity. And then we have an informative regarding the parish council talking with the IVC. They're the ones that I have.
Okay, and
the
I just
updates.
wanted to clarify, some members were comfortable about the netball finishing half an hour before the 3G pitch usage. Other members felt that it might be useful if they were coordinated.
The netball's to finish half an hour before, so you've got staggered times.
Yes,
so
exactly.
not everyone else is the same.
That's what I was saying, some were comfortable and some were not. So can I just clarify, at present, netball finishes half an hour before this 3G pitch finishes, and the officer's justification or clarification around that was that it made for a staggered departure from the area, which might be helpful. Can I just confirm that members are happy with that, or do members feel that there should be a coordination of those end times? I propose we leave them as they are in this application, and there's a half an hour difference. But if anybody would like to suggest anything different. No? Okay. So we leave them as they are with this finishing at 10, Monday to Friday. Can you just indicate your approval? Great. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, so thank you, Jane. With your summary, did you want to add anything?
No, should I give...
Okay, so... Okay, so do you want to read out your recommendation? Sorry, it's a bit of a reiteration, but thank you.
So the recommendation as per page 44 of your report is approval subject to planning conditions with minor amendments and conditions are drafted to the officers. So we have an update on condition 4, 9 and 11 as per the officer's presentation, with number 9 with a discussion with the applicant and then will be referred back to Chair and Vice Chair. We have an update with the new archaeology WSI condition and a new statutory BNG condition. We have the update condition 12 as per the car parking hedge to be in perpetuity. And we have an informative regarding the communication between the parish council and the IVC. Thank you, Chair.
It's the IVC liaison group. Yeah, thank you. Great, thank you very much. So members, we have that approval, that approval recommended. I'd like to propose that. And Councillor Fain is happy to second that. So can we go to a vote, please, Pippa? And we're down to 6, aren't we? Because, yes, okay, so that's unanimously carried. Thank you very much, members. Yes, and I suggest we take a break now, since we've had an hour and a half. Can I suggest, would members like 10 minutes, or would you like longer? 10 minutes? 15 minutes, please. So if we can come back at 12:15. Thank you very much. Thank you. very much. Okay, so we're back with Planning Committee and we're on to agenda item 7, which is 24/01254/OUT, which is land north of Fieldside, Thriplow Road, Falmere. And can I remind members that we received an update on this by email yesterday, which has been given to each of us as we entered the room. And it consists of some amendments from the officers, which I'm sure the officer, Charlotte Spencer, will explain to us, but also a comment of, I think broadly it's not clear to me whether it's actually an objection, but it makes some comments from Michael Kibbe and Anne Kibbe. And I just want to check you've all seen that and read it. Can you confirm that you've got it? Right, lovely, thank you very much. Okay, so we've got Charlotte Spencer online. Thank you, Charlotte. Do you want to give us your presentation?
Thank you, Chair. Just bring that up. Can you just confirm you can see the presentation and hear me clearly?
Yeah. Yes, thank you, Charlotte. Great. We can see and hear you. Thank you.
Okay, so this is an outline application for the development of up to 8 self and custom built dwellings with all matters reserved except for access, together with ancillary works. It's been brought to committee as the application represents a departure from the development plan and raises special planning policy and other considerations. To quickly highlight the amendments within the amendment sheet, firstly, the originally published report failed to provide the updated landscape officer comments, who had stated that the interviews had alleviated some of their concerns. This does not materially change the consideration of the visual impact later within the report, which had actually acknowledged their updated comments. There's amendments to paragraph 8.53 to add that paragraph. 65 of the MPPF states that the provision of affordable housing should not be sought for minor applications, of which this does not materially change the consideration of the matter of affordable housing. There's also just been amendments to conditions 1 and 16. This is just minor amendments to the wording, and this is to allow the plots to come forward separately as the scheme is for self-build. This does not materially change the recommendations or conditions. And then there's just the addition of a condition to secure the dwellings as self and custom builds. Okay, so this is just showing the location of the site. It is approximately 0.99 hectares of existing grassland. It lies between Thriplow Road to the south, Falmere Road to the east, and Cambridge Road to the north. To the west and south lies residential development. On the right, we're just showing some aerial photographs of the site, you see here, and with the lower one showing the relationship to the village and its services. So it's to the northeast of Falmere, and just some of the services here. I think the primary school's about here. There's a pub. The village hall is just down here at the end. And then you've got 2 business parks, the Butts Business Park and the Way has permission to be developed for lab use. So moving on to the constraints, the site lies outside of but immediately adjacent to the development framework, which runs along the southern boundary here. It also lies outside of but adjacent to the green belt. It's probably hard to see because the different types of green are quite similar in colour, but the green belt kind of is on the other side of Falmere Road, and then it carries on down here. This field to the northeast is the Whittlesford Triplow Hummocky Fields, SSI. The trees that ban the northern part of the site are covered by a tree preservation order, and there is a Grade 2 listed building to the south, which is Field House. The site is within Flood Zone 1 and is not at risk at surface water flooding. The land has a Grade 2 agricultural land classification, which is considered best and most versatile.
Charlotte, before you go off that map, can you just tell us what is the, forgive me if I missed it, what is the band outlined in red, which looks like trees to the north?
Here, that's the tree preservation order.
Ah, okay, lovely. Thank you very much.
Just to summarise the recent site history, in December 2022, the council refused an outline application for 9 self-built dwellings. This was done under delegated powers. This was subsequently dismissed at appeal in October 2023. There were 2 reasons for refusal, which covered that the development was outside the development framework and so contrary to the local plan, and the need for self-build did not overcome the identified harm, and that development represented significant encroachment into the countryside. Both reasons for refusal were upheld, and the inspector raised concerns particularly in regards to the access from Falmere Road, the level of services within Falmere, resulting in the need for residents to visit of the settlements, and the loss of grassland and the hedge in Falmere Road. They also considered the benefits did not outweigh the harm, but they did give significant weight to the provision of self-built plots. This is just to show the indicative site plan for the previously refused. So the main changes is that they've relocated the entrance from Falmere Road, which is here, and it's now along Triplow Road, and they have reduced the number of dwellings by 1. So moving on to the proposed scheme, this is an indicative site plan which shows how 8 dwellings can be arranged on site. All matters except for access are reserved, so this is indicative only. The access would be from Triplow Road to the south, with a new footpath connection leading to Triplow Road here, with an additional path leading to where the existing pathway is, as well as a path here that connects to the triangle. So the applicant has submitted some plot passports, and this allows for some restrictions on the dwellings that would come forward at reserved matters stage. These include a maximum footprint limited to 162 square metres. The maximum height would not exceed 9 metres, with a limit of 6 metres at the sensitive edges. So to point out the 6 metre bits, because the 2 oranges are quite similar in colour. So it's here 6 metres, here 6 metres, and then here. And these restrictions can be secured by way of condition. So this just shows the access plan, as this is a matter that is for consideration under this application. And just to point out, they are also proposing new lighting columns along Triplow Road, as well as new bus stops along Cambridge Road. These can be secured by way of Section 106. I was just looking at the indicative views. So this first one is view 1, which is taken here, which is at the junction of Falmere Road and Cambridge Road, looking south. So we have the existing, proposed with 5-year planting. And again, for view 2, which is here, which is looking westward towards the junction with Falmere Road. And then finally from view 3, which is here, looking eastwards towards the junction with the triangle. And as you can see, the existing houses within the triangle are already visible within this view. And this just shows what the indicative views in the summer are. They're just showing the planting at 5 years for V1, VO2 and VO3. So the material considerations are the principle of development, impact on visual amenity, residential amenity, highway safety, and environmental impacts. And just moving on to the balance, in terms of the benefits, the proposal will result in the provision of 8 self-built dwellings, of which the council currently has a shortfall of 418. Within appeal decisions, including the previous appeal decision on this site, inspectors have given significant weight to the provision of self-built dwellings. Whilst 8 plots is somewhat limited in number, it would help address the council's shortfall, and as such, we give this significant weight. The site is located in a somewhat sustainable location immediately adjacent to the development framework. However, due to Falmere only having limited services, officers have only given this moderate rate. There'll be economic benefits arising from the construction process, but these are relatively small in scale and time limited in duration, so can only be given a limited weight. There'd be improved connections and street lighting, and the provision of bus stops would be of some benefit. However, these would be diminished due to the citing of the application outside of the framework, and therefore it is considered these carry only a limited weight. The proposal would result in a 10% biodiversity net gain. However, this would need to be delivered off-site, so can only be given limited weight. In terms of the harm, the proposal is contrary to the development plan, and officers consider that the proposed development would constitute gradual encroachment into the countryside. This in turn would result in harm to the visual amenity. Whilst the level of harm can be mitigated somewhere by way of landscaping to the scheme, it would result in the loss of open land and replace with built form and domestic paraphernalia. So officers considered to give this moderate rate. There would be a loss of best and most versatile land. However, the land is not currently being farmed and is limited in size. As such, we give this limited weight. And there would be a loss of on-site BNG. However, the biodiversity net gain would be provided off-site in accordance with the Environment Act. As such, the harm is considered to be low and only attracts limited weight. So on balance, the officer recommendation is one of approval subject to conditions as per the officer report and the amendment sheet, and the completion of a Section 106 agreement, which we ask is delegated to officers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Charlotte. I have some questions of clarification, if I may. Can you just explain to members of the committee the term plot passport, please?
Yes, so that's just used. So this can be, I think you've put it in one of the conditions, a way of the council being able to control what comes forward in the reserved matters stage. So it's just a phrase that's used quite regularly, and it's just saying essentially, I can bring it back up if you'd like, but it's in this case it's limiting the plots that will come forward as reserved matter stage to the footprint of 162 square meters and with a maximum height of 9 meters.
Thank you. Okay, so it defines what is considered to be a plot and the size
Yes.
of the house. Thank you. Okay, second one is the bus stops on Cambridge Road that are being secured by the condition. Elsewhere in the report, well, actually at 8.17, your report, you've said it's not clear which bus service the bus stops would serve. I will ask if there's anybody who speaks from the local community, I would ask them, but have you any idea which buses these extra bus stops would serve?
Off the top of my head, no. I think I can possibly have a look and find that out. I think because there's no bus stops that are currently going up there at the moment. There is a bus route that goes up there. There's no bus stops that I wasn't entirely sure which. I think there's 2 that go through Falmere. Exactly which one they would serve.
be assured that we were encouraging the developer to put a bus stop in a place where it might be used in future. For example, it would be a shame if there was a bus route on the Thriplow Road, and then you put the bus stops on the Cambridge Road. So I just wanted to, I'm sure you would have gone round that mulberry bush, so pun unintended. I just wondered if you can just, so you're saying a bus route does go along there, along Cambridge Road?
Yes, I understand so. So the buses, just bear with me, that come through Falmere, the 26 and the 31.
Because you've said at 8.17, the 31 in the middle of your paragraph, you say, as the service 31 runs along the Thriplow Road, it is assumed that this, i.e. the bus stops, would serve the service 26.
Mm-hmm.
And I just wanted to be sure that we weren't asking a developer to put bus stops where they weren't going to be picked up by.
No, I don't think so. And this is the developer's proposal. It wasn't something that we requested of them. They put it forward.
Okay.
Yeah.
Righto. Well, let's hope they know where the buses travel. The other one was the footway on Thriplow Road. I wondered if you could give us a bit of a close-up there. You talked about a small footway through the development and out to the road, which would then, and a small extension of pavement, such that it would match up with the existing pavement on the south side of the road. Can you just show us that bit, please?
Kind of made the picture bigger, but hopefully you can see it's this section here.
Can you zoom in a bit, please? That's better, thank you. So the new, okay, so there's the footway in from the road on the north side, and then is the pavement on the south side, that's existing, is it?
I believe so, yes. It's just the north side which stops around here. Okay. Off the top of my head, but I will double check that.
So there is a logical place to cross, and it's good visibility on either side.
Yep, and away from the entrance.
The actual entrance, good. Okay, and finally, biodiversity net gain. They've got a perfect little corner in the north end of this site, and I'm just wondering why on earth are they doing biodiversity net gain off-site? They've got a corner where they could put all sorts of things in that would improve biodiversity net gain.
Not being an ecologist myself, I know for biodiversity net gain they do have to follow a hierarchy. There could be something particular that's causing that. There could be drainage issues, for example. It also depends on what the baseline is. So if the baseline is quite high, because gardens can only be given quite a low set amount, regardless of whether future occupiers make it wonderfully biodiverse, they only have a set amount. It just might not be possible to get the full 10% in that top corner.
I'm just a bit wary where, especially when we're broadly, I mean, the whole point of this is it's out in the countryside and it's right next door to an SSSI. So it just seems a shame we can't maybe, one would have thought, I'm not an expert in this myself, but it just seems a shame that we can't maybe plant trees, dig a little pond, put up bat boxes and increase the biodiversity such that it's actually delivered on site rather than elsewhere. But I guess you've explored that, have you? What was the ecology view on that? Oh, they had no objection. Thank you. Right, okay. It says, sorry, 6.12, page 58, says the updated BNG assessment and metric are welcome and provide a realistic overview of habitats that can feasibly be provided on site. There is still some question over individual trees or woodland, however this can be dealt with at a condition stage. So can we just check whether this is referring to biodiversity net gain on site? I was puzzled why that seems to be at odds.
So yeah, essentially, I think there's the question around, I think the BNG assessment was potentially saying 161 trees, and that was questioned as whether that's possible. It's highly unlikely.
Well, true.
So is it what the ecologist seems to have done is kind of reverted it then to condition where we'll get the final details. And bear in mind, it's still an outline application, so we don't know exactly the final layout per se and what spare space for landscaping is available.
Fair point. I can see you couldn't get 161 trees into that triangle at the top, so fair point. Okay, has anybody else got any questions of clarification? Councillor Peter Sanford.
Thank you, Chair. Can I ask for guidance from the legal officer, please? Charlotte pointed out on a slide that a very similar application was previously refused on delegated powers, and the planning inspector supported that refusal. How much weight should we give to a previous refusal of a very similar application, please?
Obviously, we'll take into consideration what the inspector has said, but my understanding this is an amended application that overcomes the concerns. So we're just dealing with this application on its own merits that has overcome the previous concerns in view of the planning officer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Henry Batchelor.
Yeah, thank you. Two questions of clarity, if that's okay. The first one relates to the updated landscape officer's comments. So it wasn't clear to me whether they've now removed their objection or are they still objecting just with revised comments?
I take it as there's still an objection there,
Okay.
and I think that's been kind of covered in the report when we discussed the visual impact, because we accept that there's moderate harm.
Okay,
but
fine. Just
the
wanted to
objection.
clarify that. Thank you. Yeah. And then the second question was around the self-build plot numbers. Obviously, the main material key consideration that's been given the most weight in approval is the provision of these 8 self-build units. But from looking at the papers, I just want to confirm that the total deficit South Cambs currently has is 418. Is that correct?
I believe that's the number I have.
So this would contribute to about 2% on that?
Yep.
Okay, that's clear. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Lisa Redrup.
Thank you, Chair. I guess my question's around the landscape officer objection. When I look at the passport that you showed us just now, it shows all the properties having a maximum height of 9 metres, which to me seems quite tall. So, and I had a look at the design and access doc, and it says that some of the properties would be 2.5 storey. And then when I looked in the report in section 8.6, it said that most of the properties around that area were 2 storey, 1.5 storey, or single storey. So I guess my question is, could it be that this new development is likely to be taller than all the surrounding buildings if everyone who takes on that plot decides to go to the maximum height?
Yes, it could be. And it's the maximum height we can restrict because of the plot passports to 9 metres, but so it's not inclusive of the storey. So sometimes 2.5 stories still appears 2 storey in terms of just the height alone. They're just putting dormers in. But yes, they could all be slightly higher than the surrounding dwellings. Yeah.
Right. And so is that, do you think, why the landscape officer is objecting? Just that this may be a bit out of character? The landscape officer may be considering it out of character based on potentially height and the size of the buildings?
Yeah, she's still had some concerns over the height and the size of the buildings. and that was just taken into account into the balance.
Thank you very much.
Can I just ask for further clarification on that point, Charlotte? You said 9 metres, I think you said 9 metres was the maximum height it could be restricted to. Was there any suggestion of restricting it to 1.5 or 2?
Oh, in terms
than
of
2.5?
stories, at the moment we've got a condition restricting the future dwellings to come forward in line with these plot passports. However, and I might end up reverting to Vanessa or Jane here, whether we want to remove that condition and add one to restrict a lower height. It can be hard if you're saying 2 stories or 1.5, as there can still be quite a lot of variation, we find. But that's quite a significant change, so I think I'd want to revert to Jane and or Vanessa on that.
And the only reason I say that is because when you showed us the visualisations, I observed, and perhaps like others, that actually it was the height of the buildings was actually quite intrusive. And we have always had a policy, have we not, in the local plan, that, or my recollection is, and I might be wrong, that we tried to feather out, as it were, developments when they're on the edge of the countryside. And we usually try to put lower buildings on the outskirts of villages, such that they're not intrusive on the countryside surrounding. And so I was quite surprised to see that looking so tall. I can, obviously the legal officer is speaking to the planning manager, so they might have some views on that.
Through you, Chair,
Thank you, Jane.
that sort of change would probably be quite material, would be quite a large change, especially if you wanted it to reflect the surrounding houses. They would probably need to resubmit the application again, so I would probably avoid rewriting that condition on that basis.
This was the terms of the plant, sorry, I want to call it plant passport, the terms of the plot passport, wasn't it? Was it also conditioned?
So condition 30 talks about the plot passport drawings and provides the reference number. We would need to reword that condition to give it to what the dimensions of the plots would need to be. So that would need to be the height, the width, the size. I'm just trying to find the relevant drawing, because I'm sure the plot passport shows more than just the heights of the buildings as well.
I'll bring it up for you, Jane.
Thank you.
Can you just clarify the darker bits? Are they the lower height or the I can't read it from here.
The darker bits are the 6 metres.
And the paler bits are
9 metres, yes.
So the darker bits are the lower parts.
Yes.
So they are trying to reflect what I will call a feathering out into the countryside. And 9 metres is normally 2 stories, or it can be 2.5. Is that?
I guess it depends on how the house is designed. I think it could go to 2.5 at 9 metres.
Right, okay, so can I just seek some legal clarification? we've been reminded that this is an outline with all matters reserved except for access. And yet this plot passport, which is one of the things we'll agree today, actually defines quite a lot about the dimensions of the building. So can I just clarify where this sits? It's a bit...
It's very nice.
Because I think, for one, I'm just a bit concerned about the height on the edges of the countryside, and yet this is giving permission. You know, you approved this at outline stage.
Can we take 5 minutes, please? I want to talk to
Okay, so can we take a 5-minute adjournment to talk about the aspects of this? So it's 12:47 now. If we just take until 5 to 1 till 1 o'clock, then, members, if we have a pause. Thank you very much. So if you could take us on flight. very much. Okay, so we're back live again at the South Cambs District Council Planning Committee on the 9th of April. And we've had an adjournment to discuss matters to do with the arrangements on the plot. So Jane Rodens, would you be so kind as to clarify the clarification that we've sought there? Thank you.
So the amendment to condition 30 to read, any dwelling submitted as part of a reserve matters application will be positioned on the site in accordance with Plan 1075-13D. And the reason is to formalise the positioning of each dwelling on the site.
Thank you very much.
In regard to that as well, we do have, if the application is recommended for approval, slight amendments to the conditions as part of that. So if there may be some slight tweaking to the words, but we can always clarify that by chair and vice chair if needed at the end.
That's very helpful. Thank you, Jane. So that clarifies the point that we retain the definition of where those plots will be on the site, but the reserve matters application will cover any issues to do with height. So that's really helpful. Thank you very much for coming up with that. And Charlotte, I'm sure you've been involved in that discussion too. So I'm going to go back to members who wish to ask, sorry, I've lost track. Are we in debate?
Questions.
No, are we in questions? Questions for clarification. Thank you. So Councillor Fane.
Thank you, Chair. I want to take us back to the question asked by Councillor Sanford earlier on. Just to remind us, he broadly asked what had changed since the previous application was turned down, and the legal officer helpfully said that the reasons for refusal, as outlined by the inspector, had been overcome. Well, we hopefully have before us the inspector's report on the appeal decision. He raised two main issues relevant to the appeal: the suitability of the site, which is on page 91 of your printed papers, and another reason relating to the effect of development on the character and appearance of the surrounding area. And at paragraph 13 on page 92, the inspector therefore concluded that the proposed development would be unsuitably located and failed to comply with the requirements of the local plan and so on. And what I think would be very helpful is to have clarification as to how that reason for development has been overcome, considering this is exactly the same site with one less proposed house on it. I wonder if we could have clarification on that.
Yeah, just remind, I was scrolling through as you were saying which the paragraph numbers of the inspector's report. Can you remind me of them now that I found the inspector's?
Paragraph 13 of the appeal decision.
Yep.
Yeah, on page 91.
Yeah, that's fine. So we still consider there is some harm as kind of outlined within the officer reports. The level of harm has been reduced due to the changes. And so, I mean, we consider it to be a finely balanced judgment. We think that the level of harm is now outweighed by the benefit of the self-build, whereas before the harm was greater, so they had to overcome that more with the benefit of the self-build. In terms of the suitability of the site, so Falmere is a group village, and policy S10 allows for 8 dwellings within the development framework. So now, as this proposal is for 8, if this proposal was inside the development framework, we wouldn't have a issue in terms of the principle of development for 8 dwellings because it was compliant with policy. Whereas the previous it was 9, and so we could look at the impact on Falmere and its services. So I think that hopefully answers your question, but just to clarify, we do acknowledge there is harm. We just are taking a balanced opinion in this instance.
And Charlotte, the changes were to move the access from
Falmere Road.
Falmere Road to Thriplow Road, and that took it away from being opposite the Triple SI, didn't it? and it
Yes.
also reduced the amount of hedge that had to be removed on that side. I think that
Yes.
was the changes that were being taken into account. Right. Does that answer your question, Councillor Fane? Yes. Thank you. Councillor Rickson, do you wish to speak?
So no, I think that's clarified what I wanted to raise in terms of building heights. So, thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Okay. So, right, we've had questions of clarification. So we'll move on to the speakers. The first public speaker was the normal format is we take the objector first, but the person who wished to attend has not been able to, but I've used my chair's discretion to enable his statement to be read out. And so Simon Hill is going to read it out for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. As neighbouring residents to the proposed development, we are dismayed at the applicant's plans owing to the grossly ill-thought-out access egress proposals. We are neighbouring residents with 2 children under the age of 6 and a dog regularly using our front garden with open access to and from Triplow Road. Unfortunately, we witness on a daily basis reckless driving at excessive speeds along Triplow Road. Our concerns for residents and pedestrian safety are highly credible and should be acted upon. There is an established priority junction vehicular access point from Cambridge Road into the adjacent Triangle residential scheme. This has existing pedestrian links into the village and more than adequate visibility displays. It should be up to the developer to make the commercial arrangements with the Peabody Trust, the freehold owners of the land immediately adjacent to the application site, to use the pre-existing access route to the southwestern boundary. Has this been explored? Presumably using this access is not commercially viable to the applicant because the Peabody Trust can ransom the use of the access. That is not, however, a justifiable reason to increase the likelihood of severe road traffic collisions to Triplow Road as a result of the applicant's proposed access strategy. It is staggering that the applicant's response to the recent refusal at appeal is to reduce the number of units from 9 to 8 and to move the principal vehicular access egress point to the Triplow Road frontage. This arrangement does not allay the actual on-the-ground situation along this section of Triplow Road, and indeed will serve to exacerbate the already inferior traffic calming measures in the village. Motorists travelling from Foulmere to Triplow use this straight stretch of Triplow Road to speed towards Triplow following the 20-mile-an-hour speed limit along Foulmere High Street. Similarly, motorists travelling at high speed from the Triplow direction regularly have to brake suddenly to avoid oncoming traffic and numerous parked vehicles at this section of highway. It is alarming that the main access to the proposed scheme would add a further dynamic to this already dangerous road. There have been various recorded incidents requiring emergency services along this road involving motorists, motorcyclists who were unseated after a collision, and at least 2 cyclists who have had to be airlifted to hospital with multiple fractures as a result of motor incidents here in the last 3 years. Police records will corroborate these incidents. We have witnessed several near misses when our children have been outside our property caused by motorists driving without due care and attention at this point. We dread to think what would happen should this development be approved with the proposed vehicular access arrangement. This particular section of Triplow Road is often frequented by visitors to residential properties or dog walkers throughout the day and night. With additional parked cars restricting drivers' visibility of pedestrians potentially using the proposed crossing in addition to the proposed vehicular access egress arrangement, this feels like a disaster in the making owing to the intensification of the use of this section of Triplow Road. The image below, it shows an image with parked cars on the road, was recorded at 7:30 a.m. on the morning of the 4th of April 2025 outside of Grange View with the subject property in clear view as an indication of the existing public use of the public highway at this section, and there are 4 cars parked on the road at that point. From our residents' perspective, it feels like a sop to the local authority for the applicants to propose an improvement to the already adequate pedestrian footpath along Thriplow Road, situating at our property's frontage. Surely a more significant, valuable contribution could be made by the developer to comprehensively reconstruct the link road between Cambridge Road and Thriplow Road. This area of highway is severely impacted by crater-like potholes and requires complete rebuild, not just a patch repair to the top course dressing. If there are tree preservation orders affecting this frontage, a planning application consented by the local authority would supersede the TPOs themselves as established by UK planning legislation. To suggest TPOs may be a justification for the use of Thriplow Road frontage for the principal access point is unfounded and incorrect. Am I continuing?
I think we've had the time. Okay, thank you very much, Simon. Could I just ask Charlotte, would you please, or Jane, would you just put us up the image of the location so we can understand this? Okay, righto. I just wanted to clarify what the risk was he was identifying and other circumstances we might have had the images up while the speaker was speaking. Can we just share those images, please?
Can do. See if we can get them shared now. But I think it's very important.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's the picture the speaker was referring to. Do we have a feeling, is the land on the left the area that we're, the area of the site, and the footpath on the right is the Thriplow Road footpath?
I don't know the area.
I'm guessing, but I think that's what it is. Do members agree that that looks like that location? Right, okay, so he's identifying 4 cars parked along the right-hand side of the road, and in the general vicinity, I suspect the access point that's proposed is slightly further south than, slightly further towards us than this first car.
Do you want the officer to confirm that?
Would Charlotte be able to confirm that? Sorry, I didn't.
Where the access point would be, I believe it's kind of hard to tell from that photo, potentially further to the left.
Yes, exactly. So closer to us.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Did you say there was a second photograph, Simon?
There was a photograph earlier on in the site which was very similar to the one the officer showed.
Okay. Oh yes, he was referring to access via different land, wasn't he? That's irrelevant because it's a civil matter. So that what's proposed in front of us is access from Thriplow Road, which is what the application has proposed. Okay. Thank you. Was there anything else you wanted to? Oh, okay. Right. Thank you very much for that. So the next public speaker is Ed Durrant, who is the agent for the applicant. Thank you for your patience, Ed. Good to see you again. And you have 3 minutes, and you know the form, don't you? Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to address the Planning Committee. The site at Thriplow Road will deliver 8 self-built dwellings by responding to and enhancing the enclosed character of the site. These new homes will go towards meeting the Council's statutory duty to deliver sufficient plots to meet the significant shortfall identified by its self-build register. The recently updated NPPF places emphasis on support for small sites for self-build and custom dwellings. Following an appeal, the scheme has been amended with the changes considered by officers to be material considerations. Impact on the Greenbelt was a concern due to the access previously located on the eastern site boundary. By relocating the access onto Friplow Road and reducing the number of dwellings, the amended scheme allows for the boundary landscaping facing the Greenbelt to be retained and extended to deliver a 10-metre wide buffer. By increasing the landscape buffer and providing an amenity area to the northeast of the site, the scheme will enhance habitats on site, and I'm happy to take questions on that if you want. Importantly, moving development from the northeastern corner, the most sensitive part of the site, has resulted in the council's landscape officer removing their objection. The applicant has also provided a series of verified views which demonstrate how the new homes will blend in with the edge of the village, providing a low-density development enclosed by landscaping. Members have recently approved self-build schemes at other group villages. In some cases, these sites are remote from the development frameworks. Members have accepted that even where they are over a mile from a development framework, a site can still be in a sustainable location. In this case, part of the site frontage is within the development framework, and the western boundary directly abuts it. To the north and south, there are existing residential properties on the edge of the village. Therefore, by focusing development to the west of the site, adjacent to existing properties at the triangle, there will be no visual encroachment beyond the easternmost part of the village. As a result, the development will not encroach into the wider open countryside views. The proximity of the site to Falmere's primary school and a recently approved mixed-use development at the Way means that new residents will have opportunities to walk to school, employment and recreational facilities. Proposed improvements to the footways in the vicinity of the site and a new crossing on Friplow Road will also benefit existing residents through the creation of an environment that encourages walking and cycling. One area where there is disagreement with the committee report is with regards to Section 106 contributions. Appeal decisions have confirmed that the council should not be securing these from self-build schemes. This is a matter that can be discussed further with officers. Whilst the scheme is a departure from the local plan, this is not the first self-build scheme that members have approved. Other schemes have also been approved at appeal with inspectors attaching significant weight to the delivery of self-built plots. In comparison with schemes approved at Bourne and Orwell, the site at Friplow Road is better located in terms of proximity to services and facilities. Sorry?
Are you coming to a close?
Yes, I am. Yeah, the fact that the site includes land within the development framework also demonstrates how well related it is to the built-up area of Falmere. Moreover, the homes can be delivered without major impact on the character and appearance of the area.
I think we'll have to call a halt there. Thank you very much.
If you have any questions, please feel free to ask me.
Right. Okay. So does anybody have any questions for the agent? Councillor Henry Batchelor?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It might not be for the agent, actually, but just to go back to the question I asked earlier around the landscape officer's comments.
Yes.
So given what the speaker's just said, he's under the impression that the landscape officer has now removed their objection, but we were told earlier by the officer that they haven't. So I just want some absolute clarity on whether the landscape officer has or hasn't removed their objection.
Yes, that was the same question I wanted to ask. So, Charlotte, can you enlighten us on that, please?
They at no point in their comments said they removed their objection. They say what the applicant had submitted as additional information alleviated their concerns, but at no point had they removed their objections, and so officers consider there is still an objection.
Yes, and indeed at the end of your report at 6.22, it says, similarly, though to a lesser extent, the urbanising effects as experienced from Falmere Road remain a concern. And at 6.21, the concerns regarding views looking northeast out of the village have been alleviated and are no longer an issue of concern. So that's the 6.21 comment, but there obviously remain concerns about the Falmere Road. Okay. So legal advice would like to speak.
So, through you, Chair, at 6.20, welcome the submission of winter verified views. These have helped to alleviate some of the concerns.
Okay. This was in the amendment sheet, wasn't it? Okay, so there's still some concerns about the urbanising effect of the urbanising effects on the rural character of the landscape. Sorry, the receiving landscape. In other words, that means the views from the landscape of this site. Just one moment, let me just think where I am. Right, okay. Are there any questions to the agent? No. Thank you very much, Ed, for, unless these are questions to the agent. I have... No, okay, right, thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. Now, what I notice is that on paragraph 6.1 and 6.2 on page 57, the parish council have objected to this, but they do not appear to have sent a representative. So we cannot hear from them and we cannot ask them further questions. So now we move into debate, members. So would anybody like to... Sorry, one other thing is we've had 5 representations at paragraph 7.0 to 7.3. And you can see on page 59 what those representations referred to. Right, members, into debate then. I am... Sorry, was that your indication to speak, Councillor Frame?
Somebody needs to open it, you're prepared to do so.
Okay, I'm quite happy to open it up. So what we are aware of is that a similar application has, in this location, has previously been submitted, refused, appealed, and that appeal dismissed. The applicants, we understand, have changed the application to provide the application that's in front of us today, and it seemed to me, I may not be complete in this, but the major concern was the access onto the Falmere Road, which has now been changed to an access onto Thriplow Road, which seems, with the addition of extra pavement and extra lighting, does appear to be an improvement. The fact that it's outside the development framework and into what has previously been felt of as a green buffer for the village is remains the same, but the arrangement on site seems to be better. And thank you for officers and Jane for amending that condition 30, which would appear to address our wish to both control where plots might be on the site, but enable us to consider at reserved matters any issues to do with what the actual design is of those properties on the site. So if that's given people a stimulus to think about it, does anybody want to raise any issues? Councillor Henry Batchelor.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So I do have concerns about this application, and I'm not immediately minded to agree with the recommendation of the planning officer at the moment. The reason being, I've got 2 major concerns. One is the development outside of the village framework. Obviously, the mitigation of that is that we have a shortfall in South Cambridgeshire of self-build plots, and you can see in the officer's planning balance that has been given the most significant weight, the fact that this application would positively contribute towards that. The reason I asked about in the clarification item was just to make sure the numbers were up to date. So we currently have a shortfall of 418 custom self-build plots, as indicated by our own self-build custom register. But for me, adding 8 plots to this is under 2% of the total. So from my point of view, that wouldn't indicate significant weight should it be approved. It would only be a very small part of the way to achieving this target. So for me, the planning weight would be less than significant in favour of approval on that particular one. Because for me, building outside the village framework needs to be very exceptional circumstances, and improving our self-build register by 2% for me doesn't really tick that box. The second one, I do still have issues around the landscape officer's comments. I think that obviously in their own view, this application hasn't overcome the initial concerns that they've had. And yeah, clearly the planning inspector's views when looking at the appeal decision of the previous application would seem to say that hasn't been overcome either. So for me, the two main issues that I think will be difficult to overcome for me personally would be the development outside of the village framework. I don't believe the case has been made for doing that here. And secondly, the impact on the landscape, as per the landscape officer's comments in our papers. So for me, that, as it currently stands, would tip the balance in favour of refusal. But obviously, I'm willing to listen to the debate and change my mind if there's any strong arguments the other way.
Thank you very much, Councillor Batchelor. Councillor Sandford.
Thank you, Chair. I'd echo Councillor Batchelor's comments. I'd also question whether this really is a sustainable location. Yes, the applicant's offering a couple of bus stops, but we're not actually sure whether there's a bus service along there. No one's actually talked to the bus company. It's going to put more cars on the road, and as shown in the picture, it's a narrow road. I'm sure people will continue parking opposite the proposed entrance unless double yellow lines are put down. So a lot of questions over transport, whether it's going to throw more cars onto the narrow road. I'm also tending towards refusal, but we'll listen to other opinions.
And in fact, on that point, I was asking our legal advisor whether there was any opportunity to combine with this a request for the 30-mile-an-hour buffer outside the 20-mile-an-hour in Falmere to be extended beyond this point, because I know that has been done on previous applications in the past. I was wondering, Vanessa, can you advise us on that?
Thank you, Chair, through you. I note that the County Highways Officer has commented they have no objections, but if I may refer members to page 57 at 6.6. And that paragraph, that doesn't talk about restricted speed, but given where it is, I would have expected a 30 mile, but yes, I can't say for sure.
And that kind of request needed to be put through the application discussion process so that the highways officer could have been asked about it in order to, so that if they felt it was reasonable, they could have put it in as a condition. But given that we're not at that stage now, we can't do that now. So I think it might end up having to be a request later.
No, we can't do that now, and I don't know the intimate details of how the highway officer responded, or as to whether there was any discussion on speeds. I don't know that particular road, so I don't know what's before and after. There is clearly a 20-mile-an-hour through the village. We'd need highways to comment on whether we can or they could request a 30-mile-an-hour speed limit.
Do you want to comment, Jane? Thank you.
So as a local highways authority, that would be something that they would have considered as part of their recommendation to us. They would have looked at the outside speeds, whether having an access in that location is acceptable. I can probably refer to Charlotte with what they've said specifically in their recommendation to us.
Yes, could
Charlotte... So they would be looking at highway speeds as part of due course of their recommendation.
Charlotte, are you able to respond to that? Whether the highways officers were asked to consider speed, or whether they consider speed as part of this?
I'm just having a look. Did have them up earlier. No, so they would have considered speed when considering the inter-vehicle visibility displays, because they know that affects how big the displays need to be. But no, don't think they refer or raise any concerns with speed.
So they would have considered it as part of the visibility display,
Yes.
but not as part of pedestrian safety.
Probably with pedestrian visibility displays too. But they haven't mentioned it, so I can't comment whether they took it into account or not.
Okay. Right. Does it? Yes. Okay. So we've looked at that. It doesn't look as though we can, although that was one of the things I would have liked to have done, was see if we could have asked for a condition to extend the 30-mile-per-hour limit, but without any indication of that need from highways, we're not in a position to do that. So next question came from Councillor Lisa Redrup.
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to sort of say which points I was thinking about in the balance at the moment. So, I mean, obviously we know we're not, from appeals, that we have to give significant weight to the provision of self-build. But also I was considering that in the report it seemed to say that there's a high ambition for reducing energy use in these homes. I think it said 100% reduction in regulated carbon per dwelling from the standard measures that we have. I think that was 8.86. But then on the other side, we do have that it conflicts with the spatial strategy for our area. I think one of the concerns of the inspector previously was it's not located in a place where we could reduce the need to travel by car, and that's also one of the aims of our local plan. I think the landscape officer's concerns are still real, although that's helped for me by the removal of the heights from the conditions. But it's still unclear to me if the level of screening would be sufficient to prevent the change of character on that edge of Falmere. And then again, I'm still not 100% sure that reasons for dismissal of the appeal have been fully overcome, such as the level of services in Falmere and the loss of the grassland. So I'm still sort of wavering a bit, is my position. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Redrup. Okay, can't see anybody else indicating to speak. Councillor Fane, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. For me, the key issue was the overall suitability of the site as set out in the appeal decision on the previous application. That was for 9 houses, this is for 8 houses. And if this were within the development framework, that would comply with the local plan. The applicant suggested that part of the site, I think a small part of the site, is actually in the development framework. I don't propose to go into that, but it does seem to me that that change is significant given the terms of our local plan. As to the design elements, including height, those are, I think, matters for the detailed stages later. Like Councillor Redrup, I would very much welcome high energy efficiency. This district is not doing as well as it should be, in my view, in terms of high energy efficiency, including passive house, but it need to be passive house standards. But that, again, is a matter of design. I very much agreed with almost everything Councillor Henry Batchelor said. However, I do note that the inspector, as set out in the report, did give significant weight to the contribution to the, our register for self-built houses. And indeed, Councillor Batchelor suggested this is only a small percentage. Of course, the greater the gap becomes on our register, the smaller the percentage contribution of any one scheme becomes. And I think we don't expect this gap to be met in one go. Indeed, I'd be horrified if anyone attempted to do so. And therefore, small contributions are welcome. I'll be honest with members, when the original application, this is irrelevant to today, came forward 2018, I supported that because I felt that this village needed more housing, including in particular affordable housing, as pointed out at the time by the village school. Now we have a smaller number of houses, and of course being under 10 self-builds, there's no specific requirement for affordability. But I still think that this is an important contribution on a site which I now feel is suitable for the sort of development and the scale of development proposed in this application. So I will be supporting this application when it comes to the vote.
Thank you. And Councillor James Rickson.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to come in on this issue of the 30 miles an hour. I didn't quite follow that. Was that the debate whether to extend the current 30 mile an hour zone? Because was that the query that you were trying to...
The county highways officer has not indicated a need for that, so we cannot request it.
No, yeah, okay. But the proposed entrance to the site, or the new proposed entrance to the site, is within the 30 mile an hour zone.
No, I don't think it is.
Oh, okay. I'm just looking.
That's why I had
looking,
ruminated on the observation that it might be useful if it was not 30 miles. Then it would be useful to reduce it to that.
I think the officer would like to speak.
Oh, right, Charlotte. Yes, do
Yeah.
carry on, Charlotte.
The entrance is within the 30-mile-an-hour zone. It changes just after the junction with Falmer Road.
Thank you, that's really helpful.
Yes.
Thank you, Charlotte.
So my point was going to be the previous application that was outside, the entrance to the site was outside the 30 mile an hour zone. And I was looking at Street View, and so this new application, the entrance is within a 30 mile an hour zone. And while I appreciate that perhaps people don't stick to that speed limit, that is the case and is sort of suitable speeds for that entrance. I think I'd agree with both which councillors. I agree with Councillor Fain and Councillor Fain in terms of the site being suitable for customer self-build. I'm personally not convinced by the verified views, but I don't think they necessarily need to be considered in this respect, because we're not looking at the size, scale and massing that will be picked up in a further application to discharge. So for the details, but I think it appears to be a good and small contribution to our the customer and self-build. I'll go with that.
Thank you very much. Yeah, as the officer said, it's a fine balance. I actually think that the change in the access point has made a significant difference to me, and thank you very much for rehearsing the point that actually the access point is now in the 30 mile an hour zone, which is a significant improvement than it was before. It's also taken it away from the triple SI on the other side of the road. The other thing is, I think although this is not as close to the core of the village as some sites, I do think it's a reasonably sustainable location. It would be nice to know if the bus service is likely to go along. Is it Cambridge Road? And whether that bus stop will be useful, but they have undertaken to put that there, so I'm very pleased with that. And for my money, actually, the changes, I appreciate that the changes that we have made to condition 30, because I think that will enable us to have some control over the height of these buildings. And my concern is the impact of a build on the edges of the village and how that impacts the appearance from the countryside. And I think the fact that we have control at the reserve matter stage will help. And so I think that change to condition 30 has helped that enormously. Also, actually 8 dwellings for our self-build register is a significant number and to be welcomed. So I will be supporting this application. I think it does provide additional housing in Falmere, which is valuable. And I think the screening on the screening that will be retained on the Thriplow Road side will be helpful. And I appreciate the comments about biodiversity net gain and the improvements that are planned on the site. So my view is that this is actually a significant improvement on what was offered before, and 8 houses are welcome in our self-build register. So I shall be supporting this. So nobody else has registered or put their hand up to speak, so I'm going to go to the recommendation, Jane, if you would please. And we can see that on page 79 of our agenda, and I think there are some changes that you'll elucidate to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So the recommendation as per page 79 is approval subject to conditions as outlined in the officer report and a section 106 agreement delegated to officers. We also have amendments to condition 1 and 16 as per the amendment sheet, the addition of condition for self-builds as per the amendment sheet, and the amendment to condition 30, which read out earlier, as spoken about earlier. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so members, I'll propose that. Can I take a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Fain. So can we go to the vote, please, Pippa? So if you wish to vote in favour of this, press the green button. If you wish to vote against, press the red. And if you wish to abstain, post the yellow. Okay, so we have 6 votes, which is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There are 7 of us. 7. Okay, so that's 4 to 3. So this is carried. Thank you very much, members. So that is approved. Thank you. Right. Do we need a break for lunch? Okay, so members, we do need to have a pause for lunch as a formal break. How long?
45 minutes. As much as that. Yeah, these officers need a break.
Okay, right. So 45 minutes, please. That takes us. Yes. We just need to be sure. Sorry, that would take us to 2:30. Can I just check who will be able to join us after lunch? Are we all here? So we'll lose Councillor Sanford. 1, 2. Will you be leaving off? I think so. Okay, but as long as we've got 3, I think we're quorate. Yeah, so we'll still be quorate. Okay, so if we can come back, members, at 2:30, please.
Do you want to do the agreement, because we'll be post 4 hours, or do you want to do that when we come back? To continue.
Okay, can I just take, before members leave, can I just take your agreement that we continue? You know, we have to agree if we've been going on for 4 hours. So can I just take your agreement that we do continue after lunch at 2:30 from the members who are coming back? Okay, yes?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Lovely, thank you very much. So we'll break from at 1:45 until 2:30. Thank you very much. very much. Okay, so we're back at the South Cambs Planning Committee and we're on agenda item 8. This is reference 23-03657. No, correction. Agenda item 8 has been withdrawn as agreed earlier in the meeting. So we're moving straight on to agenda item 9, which is on page 123 of our agenda. And this is the Provisional Tree Preservation Order, TPO/01/2025. Just one moment. Thank you. Okay, this is at Coton Orchard, Cambridge Road, Coton. So I'll hand over to, well, members will recall this matter previously came before the committee in January 2025, at which the provisional order, tree preservation order, was approved. But now Adrian will perhaps explain to us the nature of what it is we're doing today. Thank you, Adrian Sargent.
Good afternoon, councillors. Sorry about that. So yes, I'm presenting to Planning Committee the consideration of confirming the TPO 01/2025 at Coton Orchard, given statutory protection to the 12 Bramley apple trees. Going through the slide, hopefully will obviously explain why I'm bringing it back to Planning Committee. So to start with, it's just to remind councillors why I'm bringing it back. So confirmation of a tree preservation order must be approved by Planning Committee as to the current scheme of delegation within the Constitution. There is a two-stage confirmation process for a TPO. So part 1, as to legislation, a provisional TPO is firstly confirmed. In this instance, it was agreed and confirmed through Planning Committee and served. Once served, the provisional TPO gives protection to the trees for 6 months. This includes a 21-day consultation period, allowing for objections, representations to be submitted. So part 2 is obviously within the 6-month period. Objections and representations are reviewed by the officers and responded to. The provisional TPO is then taken back to Planning Committee to be considered to be confirmed, as what we're here to do. So, options for consideration. Members have the option to confirm or not to confirm the order. So, a bit of background, if you're not aware to the provisional TPO, where it appears to the LPA expedient in the interest of amenity to make provisions to the preservation of trees and woodlands in its area, TPO can be initiated either by the local authority itself or by another party, member, public or council. So in this instance, an application was considered for the group of Bramley apple trees at Coton Orchard, which was submitted to the council last December. It was then brought to Planning Committee on the 15th of January of this year in consideration confirming and serving a provisional TPO. Planning Committee resolved to serve the provisional TPO, which came in effect of 29th of January of this year. So we need to obviously consider objections and representations of provisional TPO, and to this date there has been no objections or representations have been submitted to the council. Again, this is just to go over the location of the trees. So highlighted with those orange polygons is where the group of 12 veteran apple trees are. To the north of that site you can see is Coton Orchard, and to the south of the boundary of that, the orchard where the trees are in, is Coton Village itself. There's no public access to the site, and these apple trees are not, well, they're screened by other vegetation to their site, so mature trees and hedgerows. So here's a couple of images of the trees in question from my site visit last August. You can see the variety of their condition, vitality, and historical management of these trees. So this slide is just to remind councillors of that there are exemptions under an order of undertaking or removing trees protected through a TPO as to the Town and Country Tree Preservation England Regulations 2012. And Regulation 14, exemptions are as such as removing a dead tree, making a tree safe, to comply with an Act of Parliament, to prevent or abate a nuisance, necessary to implement a planning permission, fruit tree pruning practices, by or for statutory undertakings, for highway operations, by the Environmental Agency or Drainage Board, or national security. So that really concludes the background to the provisional TPO, and with respect to Planning Committee's original decision to serve a provisional TPO, the members therefore now have the opportunity to confirm or not confirm the TPO.
Have you finished? Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Adrian. So just a couple of questions then. Firstly, you referred in your introductory paragraphs on the screen to there being a period of 6 months between the provisional TPO, time for consultation, and then the point at which you choose to confirm or not the tree preservation order. And given that you said this was first submitted in 10th of December 2024, as far as I'm aware, we haven't had 6 months yet.
So the provisional order came into effect in January, 28th of January. And then the consultation period was 21 days. And thereafter, objections and any representations are looked at if we've received any, and which at that point, after those 21 days, we hadn't received any.
So what's the 6 months?
So the 6 months essentially is the protection period for those trees in question as to a provisional TPO. Okay. So it's under statutory regulations, under legislation.
Right, okay. The provisional TPO would have covered them for 6 months.
Yes,
that's the maximum period the TPO can last for in a temporary provisional status. The consultation period is, as with other planning applications, it's 21 days.
Yes.
So, okay, so we have had that period through.
Yep.
Thank you for clarifying that. The second thing is that you mentioned in your narrative about site that there's no public access to the site. And I've always understood that one of the qualifications for a tree preservation order was visibility from the public realm.
Yeah, one of the key factors is amenity, and there's no, it's not described in legislation, but however, from viewpoints such as main roads, footpaths, open spaces, and given the location of these apple trees, they're not viewed, they can't be seen from such locations.
Okay, members, sorry, I'm just having a bit of a discussion with our legal advisor about the element that I've always understood that for a tree to have a tree preservation order, it needed to be visible from the public realm. However, we're in the position where this provisional tree preservation order was, the committee agreed, against officer recommendation, to approve that TPO in January. Now, we are told that at paragraph 6, that members have the option to confirm or not confirm the order. I'm not suggesting we should do either thing, but I just observed that actually we've been told by the officer that these trees are not visible from public spaces. We just need to bear that in mind. Councillor Redrup.
I was just going to refer you to page 140, which had a scoring sheet of how it was worked out whether the trees merited a TPO, and that has an element of the public visibility and suitability, and it ranked it as 3, which means they're medium trees or larger trees with limited view only, just suitable on that basis. But then there were other things where it scored higher, and so it did score enough to merit a TPO. So that was part of the reason for the committee decision.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Redrup. Yeah. Right, okay, that's helpful. So we are where we are. Thanks, Councillor Henry Batchelor.
Thank you. Yeah, just a question of clarification. Unless I missed it in the report, I mean, we normally get a summary of what the consultation responses have been. So do we have that? Do we have sight of what the, if we've been out to consultation since January, since the temporary TPO was made?
The officer said that there had been no responses to the
Did he? Okay, sorry, I missed that. So no one's commented one way or the other. Okay.
And I just wanted to check also on that same point, how was the consultation publicised?
Through the standard process, adjacent and neighbouring land in the area, the parish council themselves provided a copy of the preservation, and then it was on public access as well, just like a planning application.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry, so does anybody have any other technical, matters of clarification, questions of clarification to the officer? Nope. Okay. We have no people speaking on this, so Vanessa has helpfully found the description what defines visibility.
On page, through you, Chair, on page 131, councillors, visibility, the extent to which the trees or woodlands can be seen by the public will inform the authority's assessment of whether the impact of the local environment is significant. The trees, or at least part of them, should normally be visible from a public place, such as a road or footpath, or accessible by the public. So they don't have to, but should normally.
Yeah, okay. So and thank you for Councillor Redrup also for clarifying that there were other elements that scored higher on the scoring sheet on page 140. Right, okay, so debate. Anyone? Councillor Henry Batchelor.
Yeah, thanks. So just, there's probably another question of clarity, but on the front page it said the key issue in this is that the TPO is in response to the proposed Camborne to Cambridge busway. I don't understand what that means. So this TPO is brought to try and protect these trees from the Camborne to Cambridge busway, is that right?
So Adrian, would you like to take that question?
Sorry. So in planning terms, a tree preservation order doesn't protect the tree from development. The planning application itself can override a TPO if they're in that sense. So the TPO, therefore, is not really the suitable direction of to try and protect the trees under planning. Okay.
So if the intent of this TPO was to protect the trees against a future development, but that it's going to have no impact on that, is there any need for this?
Correct, yeah.
So no is the answer?
Yeah, the TPO, but yeah, because of utility legislation.
may be helpful just to point out that members at the time of the decision in January recognised that any DCO for a transport infrastructure project would override this, but the members were sufficiently concerned about the trees in question that they wished to put on the provisional TPO. It's worth pointing out that one member voted against that for that reason. However, that was a decision that was made in January, and we're now in the position of deciding whether we confirm it or not. And as I said, the options for consideration are we either have the option to confirm or not to confirm the order, which is at paragraph 6 in our report. I think this is a complicated, surprisingly complicated case, and I thank the officer for the work that you have done, because I know it's not an inconsiderable task to apply a TPO in this sort of scenario. And it is up to members to decide what they wish to do today, whether to confirm it or whether to not confirm it. So it's a matter of your preference and choice. We were advised that should the Campbell to Cambridge busway come through here, then it would override any tree preservation order anyway. Members, any wish to comment? Councillor Redrup and then Councillor Batchelor.
I was just going to say that at the previous planning committee, the main point that was raised was that on the decision scoring, that the trees did merit TPO from that score. I think based on their age and their status as veteran trees, and so it was thought on that basis that it made sense to apply the TPO because we didn't know what would happen in the future, and so I think the agreement was that as they merited it, that we voted for the TPOs.
And I imagine that you can perhaps point us to that. Is that on the report on page 140?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. So yes, part 3, the decision, the added scores for the total came to 15, so it did merit a TPO. Thank you for reminding us of that, Councillor Redrup. Yes, Vanessa, a legal advisor.
So whilst a planning application can override, one would hope that it would be taken into consideration when looking at what planning applications to submit. We don't know, and I couldn't say, well, any future applicant or CPO would simply ignore that TPO or try and work around it. That's as far as we can say, but it could effectively be not worth the paper it's written on. Because it can be overwritten.
Yeah, which is a shame given the amount of work that goes into them. Councillor Henry Batchelor.
Yeah, I think that's the point I was going to make. I mean, obviously, I don't see any reason not to confirm the order today, but I mean, if the sole aim of this application was to protect it against something that can quite easily override this, then I think it's a shame we've wasted all this time going through this process, to be honest. But
yes, I do too, except that, as we said, we do not know that the Campbell to Cambridge busway will go ahead or on this route. So given that the trees merited a TPO, given their age and the fact that they're veteran status trees, it seemed not unreasonable to make the provisional TPO. Did you want to come back on that at all? Oh, I'll come to you. Okay, Councillor Rickson.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to know, is the landowner has commented on this? Is this
Yes, the landowner came and made representation
for TPO?
Yes.
Okay, fine. No, yeah, I guess my concern would be, if that hadn't been the case, apologies if I was involved with that, was, in granting them, they have more onerous tasks in terms of maintaining and caring for those trees, you know, and yeah, and they're clearly well looked after. But then they would be putting them in a position that they might have to be putting in applications to do works to those trees on a regular basis. So assuming they supported it, then I can't see a reason.
So firstly, they did support it, and they came and spoke. But Adrian, did you want to explain to us what happens with orchard trees, which are TPO? Thank you. With regard to trimming and
certainly.
work.
So going back to exemptions within the Town and Country Planning Act and TPOs, is that fruit trees, orchard trees, there is an exemption of them under horticultural practices and also commercial use. In this case, though, it hasn't been proven that the site is connected to commercial use. But however, you know, pruning of fruit trees, if they're under TPO, there would not need to be a submit or notify the local authority. So does that answer? Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Legal advisor would like to say.
I would just add that we do, if the order's confirmed, we at least have the comfort of them being protected before any planning application is made.
Yeah. Okay. Righto. So, can't see anybody else wishing to speak. Did you? Sorry, were you okay? Yep. Okay. Right. So the recommendation, Jane, did you want to run through it for us on page 125?
Thank you, Chair. So recommendation as per 125 of your agenda is that Planning Committee confirms the TPO /01/2025. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I propose that we confirm the tree preservation order. Would anybody second that? Councillor Brixham, thank you. So can we go to a vote, please? We've still got the vote. Is that already? Oh, this is it. Okay, lovely, thank you. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of us. So that's in favour. Okay, thank you very much. That's carried. Thank you. Right, so thank you very much, Adrian Sargent, for your report and the work you've done on that. I appreciate it's not an inconsiderable task, so thank you. Right, moving on, we're on agenda item 10, which is, let's start with the first bit, which is Appendix 1 on page 165 and 166. Decisions notified by the Secretary of State. Does anybody have anything to raise there? No? Okay. The second appendix is on appeals received. Any questions? Thank you very much, Adrian. So appeals received. Anybody got any questions there? Nope. Okay, and 3A, Appendix 3A is local inquiry date schedule. I'm sure we're glad to see some of these have been scheduled, which is a relief that will be heard. Thank you. And final element, awaiting decisions from the inspectorate. This is a very long list. Jane, did you have any narrative for us about why there's so many awaiting a decision?
Probably give you a little bit of background potentially. So we have had a lot of planning and inspectorate appeals come through recently. They seem to have got over their own backlog that they had determining appeals, and now we get them roughly within 5 days that they're submitted to us. So hence the awaiting decision. This is just
lots coming in.
Lots coming in. Yes.
So there's, is it that the planning inspectorate are seeking to find people to hear these? Is it court time or what?
No, these might be written reps, fast track householders, hearings, inquiries. It could be any of the such. It never normally tells you what they are on this page, what sort of appeal they are. But this is probably quite a standard amount of appeals waiting for decision.
Righto. So just from my observation, I think it might be helpful on this table if in the column that's headed reason, it would be helpful to be reminded that that's the reason that the planning committee or the local planning authority has refused. Because otherwise you're not quite, it's not entirely clear whose refusal of planning permission. I suppose it says delegated decision, doesn't it?
Yeah, if it
So
was a committee decision, it would say committee decision next to it.
Right.
Is my understanding.
Yes. Okay. Fine. And appeals pending. We're waiting for dates on these three on page 170. Thank you. Okay. No questions on those? Right. Okay. So that's all of our business today. Thank you very much indeed to everybody who has attended. Before we go offline, I just wanted to say a thank you, a very big thank you and goodbye to Simon Hill, who's been our Democratic Services Officer on planning for 6 months. It feels longer, but that's great. That's a good longer. And we thank you very much for all the work that you've done for us and wish you very well enjoying your holidays and whatever else you plan to do in the time available. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. With that, I'll call the meeting to a close. Thank you. Could you take this offline, please?